98.
Now we are live.
Yeah, Wiggles thought he had a glitch at his end, and when he had to drop off, but hey, we had the glitch at our end. So
for those of you that are just tuning in thinking we're late, we actually hit the live button at exactly 8:30, and it didn't actually go live. I don't know why, but I looked up and it said live instead of end stream, and I'm like, oh, we're not live. Oh my God, what happened here? Anyway, we're live now. We're on the 98 FTG Friday night live podcast.
Yeah, blame it on me for setting something wrong last week when I was running things.
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah, my fault.
We'll just blame Dave. It's easier that way. So one of the topics we're going to talk about tonight was here we go. Wiggles on. Yes, sir.
Actually, nobody heard you before anyway, because we thought we were live, but we really weren't. So nobody missed anything.
For some reason, there was a glitch and it didn't actually go live. So
now we are.
Welcome for the first time on the 98 podcast tonight.
Appreciate it, boss.
And as we were saying earlier, now that you are live, before you lost contact, you're going to school for what?
Physical therapy. I'll start doing clinicals this fall.
Excellent.
Nice.
Y'all tear some muscles, rip some tendons. I'll be able to help you out.
Now, did you go into that specifically for that reason? Like now that you've gotten into arm wrestling, or is this something you always wanted to do?
No, it's something I kind of have a passion for.
Yeah.
It's just convenient.
Yeah, it definitely is convenient for this. You can fix yourself when you get injured.
So where are you going for that?
In Sinclair, it's up in Dayton. It's university there.
Yeah, we have a guy named Kevin Steele on our Predator team in Allentown. It's doing the same sort of thing, advanced degree at Moravian University.
Okay, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to paste our link out there if anybody wants to hop on. We're supposed to get a few people on that wanted to come on, promoters and arm wrestlers alike, to discuss the topics of. Well, we can get it started without them. So what is your take on like payouts at tournaments?
I think that what defines a professional is getting paid, right? Amateurs do things for fun, professionals do it for money.
Yeah.
That would be the difference. Like, I don't think there has to be payouts for the amateur and kids class, but at least a right hand or left hand overall. I understand, a lot of smaller places can't offer hundreds of dollars per entry per class. You know what I mean? They can't have awards like that for every class because they're just too small, or they don't have the entries or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, you kind of want to make some money.
Yeah. And there's a lot of, I guess the community's, kind of 50-50 split, because some guys are like award chasers and then some guys want money. Everybody has their reasons for what they want. And, but yeah, I've seen you speak about the payout. So I thought you'd be a good person to have on because, you're vocal about it. So, a
lot of people don't understand. They're like, oh, we'll go to Arizona State or go to Washington State. I mean, they're great tournaments. I've been to Arizona State, at least I haven't been to Washington, but I heard it's a really good tournament. And, that's $1,200-$1,500 trip, to go there for a couple of days, feed yourself, come back. For that same amount of money, I could hire a good set of refs and put $1,000 against just about anybody in the top 20, and I'm pretty sure they'd come for a match.
Yeah. I mean, like us personally with 98, just because of our model, pretty much every tournament pays for the awards for the next one, but it's only because we're still new. We've only been doing this 4 years, so like we still have needed equipment as we go, like more table. Like we're growing so rapidly that like we needed more tables, and we needed live stream equipment. Then we needed a trailer to put everything in. So we haven't actually gotten to.
I mean, if you even think like it's
much, the
complexity of tournaments have stepped up a lot anyway in the few years that I've been in the sport. So I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, you hardly heard of anybody live streaming their tournament.
Right.
It's not. It wasn't something.
Now everybody does, and it's like if you don't want to pay thousands of dollars to hire someone else to do it, then you got to get the equipment to do it yourself, which is what we've done. But everybody live feeds everything now. So, and like Winter Blast, dude, there's so much overhead on Winter Blast that like people don't realize. Like just our venue this last year for Winter Blast was like $10,000. So like we would have an easier time once we get all the equipment we need and we get caught up. We would have an easier time doing payouts at one of our regular size tournaments than Winter Blast, unless we get some big sponsors. But like Winter Blast,
have you thought of having like the location sponsor? I mean, like having 700 entries, that's got to bring a lot of business to wherever that is.
Well, trust me, that $10,000 was a discount from what they normally charge. See, the problem was Winter Blast this last year, because we were teaming up with Arm Gods, both us and Arm Gods wanted to go all out because it was their first time in America. So we knew we were going to take a loss on this particular Winter Blast because we really went all in on the quality. I mean, we brought in over $5,000 worth of refs, all top certified master refs for head refs, so we went all out on quality, and awards and dragons. And then we did get some sponsors for the women's payout.
The dragons did look pretty freaking sweet. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. But we kind of knew we were going to take a loss on Winter Blast this year. But other than that, like once we get caught up with everything we need, our smaller tournaments, we absolutely could do cash payouts for pro and just have whatever comes in for pro entries go right back out. We just haven't gotten caught up enough to where we've been able to do that without sponsors. If we have sponsors that throw money towards specific things, then we use it for those specific things. But I think we'll get there soon. We're just
that sounds reasonable. I mean, it's not like
growing too fast.
Well, which is why actually some of the cash payouts we've had more cash payouts proportionally than for the women and the men, because we had people specifically saying this is what it's for.
Yeah. I mean, someone gives money specifically for women's payout, that's what we have to use it for, But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like small promoters that like will say stuff to us about, if I can do cash payouts at, my small tournament, you should be able to do it at Winter Blast. I'm like, man, it doesn't always work out that way because there's a lot more overhead on Winter Blast than there is on, like, it would be easier for us even to do it at our small tournaments than our big one for sure.
Well, I think it's time for you to, get your daughter in to have a conversation with his daughter.
Yeah, right.
Get Everly in to have a chit chat with your daughter.
We all have bosses, man.
Oh yeah, mine's 3 feet tall and scary.
Yeah, she drank all of her milk and demanded more.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, but yeah, like it all, and every promotion is different. Like there are some promotions that throw like 1 or 2 a year and just go all in on the payouts, which I think is awesome. But then there's leagues that like like TAL or 98, where we're trying to do more tournaments constantly and growing, where until we reach like the maximum capacity of what we're doing, it's like we're constantly playing catch up. Like every tournament, it's like living paycheck to paycheck. Like, oh, this tournament paid for the awards for the next one, and then it just keeps going like that. But I think once we get caught up, and we're getting close with the franchises that we just launched and our website coming out soon, I think we'll soon be able to transition into our smaller tournaments, at least doing some decent payouts for pro.
I think that'd be awesome. I think you'll get a little bit higher caliber talent show up too at some of those events whenever you start doing that. I'm not saying you'll have low caliber. You'll have really good athletes that show up at all your events so far.
Well, that's only because where we live. You know, like there's a lot of them in a 2-hour radius of Philly, you know. But not everyone is fortunate to have as many arm wrestlers in like a condensed area. So we're
for sure
in that way. I mean, that's part of the reason Winter Blast is so big. Like, let's be honest, it's not because we're doing anything majorly different from everyone else, but it's our location. You know, like Michigan State's, for instance, big tournament, but Michigan's not as condensed as, you know, the Northeast with all the states and within drive.
Oh no, I mean, there's people all around Ohio and Kentucky and Indiana, Illinois that train half the year just to go do to Michigan State.
Right. Yeah, and they come in from all over. You know, Winter Blast is starting to get people from all over too, but the majority of the people are local, and it's because Philly's 2 hours away from New York, Baltimore, and Harrisburg, which all have a bunch of arm wrestling around them. So like we're right in the middle of like a really popular or populated arm wrestling area.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So that helps, you know, but not every promotion is fortunate to have that. So, you know, like I said, I don't think we're doing, oh, here's Mikey. I don't think we're doing anything different, you know. Mikey.
What up?
Welcome, buddy.
It's good to be here.
We're talking about cash payouts at tournaments. Yeah,
I love that topic.
But anyway, yeah. You know, like I said, every promotion's different and has kind of like a different goal in mind. You know, if you're throwing a few tournaments a year and can put all the cash back in, you know, that's great. But like I said, like certain models, it's very difficult. Like if you're still growing, trying to like, you know, throw more tournaments, it's hard to do cash payouts when you still need equipment or, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of overhead too. I understand your part. I mean, it's a labor intensive process. If you're running 3 tables, you know you're gonna need 6-8 refs to run that many tables, and those are what, about $1,000 a set.
Yeah, we ran 5 tables at Winter Blast, 4, and then 1 off to the side, and then we did the kids on a. Tim Bresnan had that kids table. That was cool of him to bring that. I need to get a kids table. Who makes a kids?
I always
table?
give him shit, but I do like Tim Bresnan. He's a good dude.
He is a good dude, and he can take some harassment.
I don't know about all that.
I give him crap when he refs. I'm like, did you make that call with your good eye or your bad eye?
I really like him, but I don't think he can see at all. Oh,
Mikey, what's your take on cash payouts and stuff?
Yeah. Oh man. So I unpopular opinion. I'm not a fan, man. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan as a promoter. I'm also not a fan as an athlete. In my opinion, on the promoter side, I'm not a fan, mostly because I don't think there's a return on giving out cash. It doesn't seem to bring in more people. And then as an athlete, call me old school, man, but for me, it's pride. I do it for having my hand raised at the end of the match. I do it for the memories. I do it for a trophy to hang on my wall. But arm wrestling is not what I do for a living, you know. So for a cash prize, to me, is honestly, I think it's silly. You know, every other sport I've ever competed in, bodybuilding, powerlifting, strongman, it is so rare to see a cash prize. And I feel like arm wrestlers are conditioned that if they're not getting paid, they don't want to pull.
Well, and then you could have actually a combination of the two. I mean, we have up here where Nitro runs, Tom Simcoe runs, smaller tournaments, so it's really not applicable necessarily to something like Winter Blast. But what he will do is he does have the awards as far as the trophy or medal. But then what he'll also do is if you have more than a certain number in a class, a portion of that will come back to people in that class.
So it's funny, you brought up Winter Blast, and I think that's a great example. In my opinion, Winter Blast, and I think a lot of people would agree, it's probably one of the best tournaments that our country has. And look at the financials of Winter Blast. You put on a great event. You had a great turnout. There was not, as far as I know, there wasn't much or if any profit. So where would you have paid athletes to be a part of that?
And well, that's where it comes down. Like if we want to do cash payouts like we did for the women, it comes down to sponsors.
Yeah.
If we can get some sponsors and stuff like that. I think now too, with 98 growing, like we'll be able to get bigger sponsors.
Yeah.
Or being able to say, hey, we're one of the biggest tournaments in the country. You know, that might bring in some attention and some sponsors. But so far, you know, the sponsors we do get go towards the things that, you know, the normal things you need for a tournament that big.
Yeah.
I think the misconception is with the bigger tournaments that there's more money, but it's the overhead is what kills you. Like, for instance, I mean, that Winter Blast, you were there. Yeah, it was awesome, but it's unsustainable. Like there's no way we could do it at that location and in that way every year. We're doing this for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like, so we have to now we went back to the drawing board and we're like, how can we cut down our expenses so that we can do some cooler things in the future and not lose money because we'll never be able to do payouts or anything like that if we're always losing money.
Well, and as some people may have seen, you had posted something with the dates and location for Winter Blast next year already, and we are back to the previous location.
Yeah, we're going to the place we did it the year before.
2 years
So
ago, both years.
that'll cut our costs down by like a third for the location.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of those bigger locations, like if it's like a hotel ballroom, like they'll work with you a little bit on the price, but they won't give it to you for free. Like our smaller tournaments, we're always like, hey, you have food and alcohol, your sales will go up for that day, and they'll give us the space for free. But for like a hotel ballroom type place, usually they have a restaurant or something like that, but it's like unaffiliated with the hotel. So they'll make money off food and alcohol, but the hotel, it's like, you know, so they kind of will work with you on that a little bit, but not as much as like a normal venue, you know. But, you know, Sean Hancock gets freaking casinos, all kinds of stuff for free, dude. And I'm like, oh, man, this guy is a champion at getting free places. But, yeah, I just wanted to have a few people on that would have different opinions that aren't going to, like, blow up and start a fucking war. But, you know, just to discuss it, to see, you know, get some info out there about why certain promotions can do cash payouts and why some can't.
So I'd be curious to see does your average arm wrestler, do they prefer a really well-ran, smooth event, quality referees, quality venue, quality medals, or do you want us to do some shithole in a backyard and take every bit of our money and put it into prize money? You want old-ass tables that are rusted and referees half blind, but, you know, 4,000 in cash prizes, or should we take the 4,000 invested into the quality of the event? I personally vote for the quality. I'd rather have a quality event. And
what's your opinion, Wiggles?
I think this is interesting both ways. I mean, it's like you said.
Yeah.
Sean managed to get big casinos and other venues, and I think Leonard does the same thing. I don't think he pays for the casinos. I think they get, you know, donated. Those are big, nice venues that have good service.
I think it depends too, like where they are. Because, like,
yeah, I would say it has to do with like where you are, how many people you have, like your ability to get people to show up and spend money. And I'm sure it's a thing that you have to.
And I think like when you
like
do a few there and you build a relationship, then they're willing to work with you more and they see what you can bring in. And I think we're still in that mode of we're building relationships with these places and have to prove ourselves like, hey, look what you made last year. Can we get a discount this year and kind of try that out? But for the most part,
I think at the end of the day, everybody shows up for competition and, to try to make some money. Like, I wouldn't go all the way to Florida or to New Jersey just to do a random tournament. There'd have to be an arm there worth pinning or money worth making. You know what I mean? It's not, don't throw good money after bad.
And when you say like the tournament has to have money to be made, like where are you staying at? How far is Florida for you?
Florida's like 1,100 miles.
So how much money would it have to be in order for you to even just break even on either airfare, gas, hotel?
That's what I'm saying, like just to get lucky to break even for fuel in a hotel, you'd have to make at least $400 or $500. That's not even eating. That's like you're flying cheap as hell. You're staying
exactly.
in a hotel. You're eating ramen. You're not going to have a good time like that.
Yeah, and that's where I say is like, how many people are really going to fight for that chance just to get their money back for the trip? If you're going for monetary reasons, probably not. You're not going to leave happy.
I guess it depends on how far you're coming from.
Match at an event, like somebody has the money they want to put up, and I'll go take their money, and then I'll pull the tournament too.
Yeah, I mean, I love that concept where I feel like if you had somebody with a super match and you guys could put some money on it, I think that's cool. But from the promotion standpoint, again, using Winter Blast, there wasn't money left over. So in order to get more money, we would have had to charge more for entry into the tournament. And I feel like if the arm wrestlers,
we still keep
$100, we'll give away $5,000.
And I don't want y'all to lose money either. I don't want y'all to think that I'm like some bloodsucker, and I want y'all to go broke and not be able to put on events. And like you said, we're gonna have rusty nails sticking out of benches, and we're sitting right. Like, there's got to be a balance somewhere. I mean, I understand like you're not gonna be able to put on $5,000 for first place in every category. Sure. It's just not. We're not that sport.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, also at the end of the day, too, like it's like I was telling Ryan, if I'm not going to stay in a Motel 6. If I come to Florida, I'm going to stay in a decent hotel. I'm going to fly decent. I'm 300 pounds. I'm not sitting in the normal seats. It's not happening. So it's a loss anyway. I'm going to spend $1,200, $1,500 traveling for a tournament. And with that same amount of money, I could hire a good set of refs and put $1,000 up against anybody in the top 20, and they would probably show up to take my money.
Yeah.
I mean, it just depends on the experience that you want. Like if you want competition and thrill, top 20 is about the best competition you're getting in North America without being on East versus West or some high level.
Formerly known as.
Or whatever it is. I don't know the whole drama. I know there's always something going on somewhere.
Mikey started it.
So, if you put things in perspective too, even if you talk, we'll talk knuckles up, right?
Oh yeah.
On average, they were paying their guys what, 500 and at most, maybe 1,000.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, if you're getting onto a pay-per-view with a high-level match making 500, is the tournament supposed to pay as much as the pay-per-view match?
So I'm saying it's a rough road.
Yeah. I mean, as promoters, I'm sure, even as arm wrestlers, we wish the money was there. I mean, it would be great if we could get sponsors donating money and we could give it away. But I think the other side of it is we always talk about we need to get sponsors, but what can we really do for our sponsors to where they're going to say, that's a good investment. Let me donate $1,000 to this organization. I don't think the arm wrestlers are giving enough back to the sponsors to make them want to continue to put their money.
I'm not always going to say that you all do it. I've seen a lot of tournaments do this. They take what money would have been their profit, and they'll pay for somebody like John Brzezinski or somebody to show up and pull their tournament.
Yeah.
Which I mean, that always makes it interesting whenever you get to pull a legend or something like that too. Mm-hmm. So I mean, you all have difficult choices to make on where to spend your money wisely.
Yeah, I mean, because you bring in John Brzezinski like Devin, and you're paying $4 or $5 grand. Are you going to make that back?
No,
maybe. I mean, it's depends. Like Knuckles Up did a seminar with Devin, and they charged like $80 a ticket, and then some tickets for doing the after pull with them. And I believe they made out okay, but it wasn't like a tournament. It was specifically a seminar.
Yeah, they did something like that down in Kentucky too a couple years ago. They had him do a seminar on Friday, and then he pulled in the tournament on Saturday too. And I think they did all right with that too. But you'd have to join it, something like that, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you know, like I said, I think there's some leagues that are like they have set up themselves specifically to do cash payouts, and there's some that have set up themselves more for like the long game, and or are still like me and Mikey's league, like we're still growing. So there's still stuff we need all the time, but you know, people are going to go where they want. If they want to go for cash payouts, they'll go to those tournaments, and if they want to go more for the quality side of things, then they'll go to, you know, a different one.
It's like Mike said, you know, if he added a $300 or $500 payout for his event, I'm still probably not going to go all the way down to Florida just to promote it. It's still not enough. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
At the end of the day.
And then if you think about that, $500 is not $500 because you've got right and left hand, typically 6 weight classes, and that's only paying the pro men. So you take that 500 just became 3,000.
Yeah,
which is a good chunk of money. And if $500 isn't going to get anybody to come, what's the point? You know, why not use it for razzle dazzle in the show?
The locals will be happy.
Yeah.
That's about it. Because like James said, he's not going to go from there for that amount. So really, it would benefits more the locals that, oh, okay, I can jump in and grab some cash locally. But it's probably not going to bring in more people than no cash payout.
No, actually, I'll be honest with you. Most of the cash payout places I go to aren't that big of tournaments, to be honest, compared to Winter Blast or to Michigan State or Arizona State. Maybe a third of the turnout. Most of them are lucky to have 200 or 300.
Yeah.
And far be it for me to correct anybody's math, but if you have 6 classes, both arms at 500 has become $6,000. Not $3,000.
Oh, sorry, Dave.
Even better.
Even better. Dude, you know what's so here's an interesting thing. So I'm gonna use this comparison. How the women in the WNBA complain that they make less than the NBA, right? Because they don't have as many fans and whatever watching it.
Yes.
Now, talking to Corey Miller, this is crazy. Like, how many people are in America? We're talking millions, whatever.
350 million, I think.
350 million?
Yeah, we're somewhere between 325 and 350. Something
there's under 10,000 male arm wrestlers compared to, if you look at women's basketball in America at all levels, there's like 35 million.
We're not even. We're not even women.
We're not even a drop in the bucket of. So how do we get sponsors saying that we only have 10,000 active? Not even. There's 10,000 total. I think he said there's only like 3,000 fully active male arm wrestlers.
Yeah. I don't know that anybody watches the WNBA either. So I mean, I don't know how they make money either. So
yeah, right.
That's what it is.
And depending on how you define fully active, that probably includes people who suck, like me.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm in the same boat, buddy. But you know what I mean? So how do you go to a sponsor and they're like, oh, how many people are in the sport? And you're like, less than 10,000 active men, arm wrestlers. Like, and nobody that doesn't arm wrestle watches it, just arm wrestlers. So like the fans and arm wrestlers are one and the same for the guys that are getting the pay-per-views. Now that's just America, because you go overseas and like Pro Panja has millions of freaking followers and people arm wrestling. So we're actually way behind compared to every other country in arm wrestling.
Well, arm wrestling isn't a state-sponsored event like basketball. Every high school in the country has a basketball team. Even the poor schools have basketball because it's propped up by the government.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're always going to have more players in sports like that.
And those other countries, the governments pay, it's subsidized, or the governments are throwing money at it, where here, not happening yet. The only way it would happen here is if somehow we made it into the Olympics. That's the only avenue for the government to throw money at it. Basically.
I think we just run Artem for president. He'll make the allocations.
Now I did join. Like this is a cool thing for promoters. I joined this website called Play Easy, and they had me on their podcast. And now I've been getting hit up by the tourism commission from all these states and different areas. So they will throw money at you to have your event in their town. You know, as long as you're bringing people to the town, they'll throw money at you. So now, that's an avenue for people to get a little bit of money, from the, I guess call it government, but it's really like the sports and tourism department of each county, and they have money allotted to them.
There's a few county fairs around Ohio that do that very same thing. They get I think it's like $3,500, and they just throw it out to trophies and cash prizes.
Yeah. So, that's something that, promoters, you join that, and this particular website, what they do is they try to take promoters and put them in touch with people that have a venue to have these things at. So now I have all these venues hitting me up and all these tourism departments. And I'm like, man, I mean, I'm not in some of those states, but I've reached out to some of the local ones, and that might be an avenue to get some extra funds for extra things for tournaments. So just putting that out there. A quick super chat from Diabolical Billy, 20 pounds. Oi, you weigh 50 quid in a camera. Suddenly, every washed up, I think it was supposed to be SOB,
Yob.
protein fart, thinks he's the king of the arm wrestling. Normally, can't be ours to get off the sofa. Crusty boxers, Doritos, and the chest hair. Diabolical. Hey, I've had a few Doritos in my chest hair in the past.
The judged on that one, Ryan.
And currently.
You might have some Doritos right now.
Right.
Crumbs in the beard.
I'm always covered in orange Cheeto dust. But yeah, I mean, it's weird.
I mean, so you said this year, you said your cost for the building is going to be about a third, and I said it was 10 grand that year. So
yeah,
I mean, you're talking what, 6,700, right?
Yeah.
And hopefully that'll start
so that starts to bring it down. But if you do the math, so this year we had 500 entries, right? So everybody takes 500 entries and goes, oh, 500 times 40, that's like 20 grand. But you got to think, 30 people that did the super matches pulled for free. All the refs pulled for free, as many classes as they wanted. That knocked off 80 entries right there. So, when people do the math, it's not always correct. And we charged less for the women. So the men were 40. Winter Blast, we do 40. Most major tournaments and regular size tournaments now in the US are $50. So we're still down at 40 for Winter Blast. And then our smaller tournaments are 30, 35. We haven't raised the price yet to everybody else. Because we can't do cash payouts, that's kind of our way of giving a good deal, just being lower for now anyway. But Winter Blast, me and Sue are coming out of pocket to pay for those venues in advance. You know what I mean? It's not 98 money, because we just don't have the money. And then we, this year we took a loss and just kind of crossed our fingers that maybe we'd get some of it back. But, we put out over 20 grand and got less than 20 grand back. So, it is what it is, but we knew we were going to take a loss on Winter Blast just because of the amount of effort everybody put into it. And Arm Gods took a loss too. They put a lot of money flying in all those athletes. Super matches are hard to make money on, dude. When you're paying for flights, hotels, and then they did payouts to all those guys, 500 or more for every single guy, win or lose. Most promotions do 500 to just the winner. They did win or lose. So every guy got money to go to the Arm Gods event the night before. So they lost a lot of money too. So it's not a sustainable thing to go all out like that. And I think also having, Winter Blast and the Arm Gods thing back to back hurt each other, because if you're paying to go to the Arm Gods thing the night before, that's maybe one less entry you're pulling at Winter Blast. And if you're going to Winter Blast and not Armed Gods, they're losing, people going to watch Armed Gods. I think two major things like that kind of hurt each other a little bit. Because the year before, Winter Blast was much bigger at our other venue than it was this year at this bigger venue. So, but I don't know. There's no exact science to it. Hopefully, we'll get to a point where we can afford cash payouts, but we're just personally 98's not there quite yet. So,
there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it doesn't make your tournament bad.
You compare what other sports.
Somebody's going to come from across the country to do it.
I mean, also things that you guys don't think about. I personally give out free sexual payments in that way. So a lot of guys come just for that.
A lot of guys just come for that.
Yeah. No pun intended.
All the pun intended.
All the pun.
But back to other sports too, man. When I competed in bodybuilding, it was $100. $100 right there, just for me to walk onto the stage. That's not counting spray tan. That's not counting all the diet, the drugs that went into it. I mean, there was so much more expenses. But even just $100, and then if you wanted to cross over to another category, it's another $100.
Yeah.
We got arm wrestlers complaining about $25 to compete. Now if we were charging $100 a person. Now times that by your 500, that's 50K. Now you've got wiggle room where you can start doing some decent prizes. The question is the majority of arm wrestlers willing to dish out that $100 to the top 2%? Probably not. That's why I always say, like, if you ask arm wrestlers, would you rather pay $50 for half pop payouts or $25 and no payouts? I think the majority is going to say, I'd rather pay $25 with no cash payout.
Probably the majority, yeah.
Yeah, the top 2%, they want the cash, but the bulk of it, I don't think they're going to be willing to pay.
Even like jiu-jitsu, dude, those guys sometimes don't even get an award. They just get like a pat on the back, but they're doing it for bragging rights. Like, I beat so and so, and jiu-jitsu is an expensive sport too.
Mm-hmm.
You know what it is? I think some of it is like WAL and East versus West and some of these bigger guys coming in and doing like for instance, East versus West, I had a talk with multiple people about their situation. And from what I understand, Engen did a lot of contracts that were like for a lot of money for these guys. Paul Lynn made a comment that he would have done it for a third of that amount. And then he felt that everybody was over paid. So I'm like, if they're doing stuff like that, then no wonder. Like now that Baxter took over and they're trying to renegotiate contracts, a lot of those guys are going to be disgruntled going from this pay down to this pay, because they're used to it. And I think a lot of the community sees arm wrestlers getting paid, because I've had amateurs do to where I'm like, hey, you want to come do a super match at our little tournament here? And they're like, well, how much are you paying me? And they live like right down the street. And I'm like, I'm just going to ask someone else. What the hell, dude? But I think they see other people getting paid and like it starts to go to their head. Like, how much can I possibly get? Even setting up matches for Arm Gods. Like some I'm not going to say names, but some people were like, well, that much? I want twice that, or I want 3 times that. And I'm like, well, dude, you're not going to draw in enough attention on your match at the level you're at to ask for that much money when guys that are more advanced than you and more well-known are making less. Like, how do we justify paying someone of a lower level more than a guy that's really popular,
Dude, going back to bodybuilding again, when we would run a show, I could get guest posers to come in, IFBB pros. They would do it for free just to get their brand out there, to get themselves recognized. And I feel like, why don't arm wrestlers do that? Why are they not jumping at it to, hey, I'll come to your event and I'll guest appear and get their name out there more? It's our whole culture, I think, in arm wrestling needs to shift.
Maybe start doing payouts just for the losers.
I would say it's a Ponzi scheme at that point to get money in your pocket.
Right.
I'd get in there. I mean, I lose anyway, so it's a easy win for me.
You know, I think another area where arm wrestling is lacking, and hopefully, you know, with the AUA coming out, it's organization is the problem. You know, it's I've always said about our sport, again, comparing it to other sports, you earn your pro status in other sports. You don't just give it to yourself and say, "Oh, I'm a pro now."
I'm a pro now. Yeah.
You know, and I think that
so
structure
and
is
so
what's
said
needed.
I won 3 times in AMs and now I'm a pro.
Literally, and I know guys who have dedicated their lives in bodybuilding to get a pro card, and when they get the pro card, it's not like they get paid. They literally pay annually to have their pro card, but it's such a prestigious accomplishment. They're willing to do all that work, all that sacrifice, and even pay money to be considered a pro in bodybuilding.
Yeah.
We need that. You know, we need to get to a pro status that
That'd
is
be cool. Like
awarded.
have a pro card for arm wrestlers.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, absolutely. That's what has to happen. You know,
that would be neat. I mean, it would give it more legitimacy.
yeah.
You know,
I mean, I feel like AIRS is a rather dependable system, and
Sure.
they pretty much came out and said that if you're over 1,600 on their ELO rating, you can consider yourself a professional.
yeah. See, and maybe something like that. You integrate that where like you hit 1,600, boom, you get a pro card. You're a pro.
Yeah.
You know, and then I don't know. I mean, to me, that would just be kind of cool.
I agree.
Because then people would like, oh, that's cool. I'll work harder to get that 1,600 rating. Go to more tournaments, because that whole system is based on really being active. So if you're not that active, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like me,
It's really not as easy as people think to get over
1,500 because I haven't competed much, and that's the entry level. You know. And like you're saying, like it's not that easy to go up in that system either. Like you only go up so many points, but then if you lose, you go down points. So
Yeah.
you have to consistently win to get to that pro level.
Yeah, I have 57 more wins than Ryan does, and I'm 500 points below him in Aries.
Found a loophole.
And I guess the sport's just a passion of love, really. It's hard to make money or even to really break even on trips. I see both sides of it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you got to think whenever you're an athlete, you got gym fees, protein shakes, you know, all them other things, those add up.
Y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Billy.
What up? What's happening?
What's going on, man?
Just over here at practice. It's my Friday
Nice.
night practice.
Nice. What are you practicing?
Croquet.
If I wanted to come to one of your practices, how much cash prizes are there for the winners?
You know,
At
we
practice?
pay in goldfish
Oh,
and lemon water.
I
Nathan
No, I-
McAllen.
I kind of been watching a little bit here and there, and you know, I think, you know, the little pieces that I've got. I mean, like I agree with Mikey. It's this weird thing going on where. Let me get in my truck real quick.
Nathan McAllen with a $10 super chat, 98%. Let's go USA. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it. Future franchisee there, possibly.
Yeah. So what do we cover so far?
We were just talking about how, you know, different organizations are set up for different things. Like
Yeah.
you and Mikey's model kind of is, you know, the cash that we get from one tournament pays for the awards for the next one, and so on and so on. And we're still building and growing, where some tournaments that have been around a while and maybe they don't do as many and they're not looking to expand can do cash payouts, you know, if they choose to, because their model allows them to do that.
I think, correct me if I'm mistaken, but Billy, don't you do cash payouts at the Texas State, but you don't do it at the qualifiers, right?
That's correct. So yeah, like our model is kind of like what Ryan basically is talking about, right? So our regional events, everything that we basically make, you know, revenue wise, bottom line after everything's paid, goes forward to the next event, and that accumulates over the course of the year. And then we do payouts at Texas State, and that's how that's funded. So, yeah, I mean, in order to do, I mean, we throw 4 regional events, and we used to do, in the very beginning, we were doing like, I think it was like $50 to the first place, right? I think we did that for maybe 1 or 2 years, $50 to the first place in the open class. But we got to a point where we had a conversation, and $50, it's something like you get your entry fees back and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, was $50 bringing people out to the tournament, and could that $50 be utilized better in another way, right? So obviously, it being just $50, the answer was yes. The league could utilize that in buying more tables, or doing different things like getting refs certified, or something like that. So yeah, I mean, it is a weird thing to see people that throw maybe 1 or 2 events a year. Like I heard Brian talk about it, and kind of in a condescending way, make a comment like, how much revenue have you given back to the sport, and da 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 da. Well, you know what? If TA only threw 1 event a year, then hey, we could go broke every year doing it. We could just spend everything that came in could go right back. It's just 1 event, right? We don't need anything else for the next event, and then we got a whole another year to prepare for 1 event again. But because we do so many things, those type of things just aren't feasible. The sponsorships, we do just like anybody else does. Like, we go to venues, and at best we get the venue for free. And then every now and then a venue may throw in some money, here and there. I think, it just kind of depends on where you're at. And some people find diamonds in the rough, man. And the venues are dropping a few $1,000s to help out with the event, But
so since yours is like a hybrid where you do some that's cash and some that's just prizes, would you say that your cash event, Texas State, has the stiffest competition and the most show out?
Well, here's the thing. That's kind of a weird question at the moment, because we have, since TAL started, the model was that Texas State would rotate around the regions in Texas. So every region would have the opportunity to host a Texas State. That's good in the sense that, like the guys out, like our last rotation is this year, and it happens to be out in El Paso. So the guys out in El Paso that are so far out there, they kind of get a Texas State, but then that removes that competition from the rest of Texas a bit, right? Because even from San Antonio, it's like 8.5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other side of the state for Houston.
Yes, exactly. It's it's a 12-hour.
Hundreds of poolers there, so I mean, like, you got a big state.
Yes. Now, having said that, this is the end of the rotation, because we want Texas State, regardless of whether or not it has payouts or it doesn't have payouts. We want Texas State to have. There's no reason why Texas State shouldn't be 500 entries right now.
So you're thinking trying to do like more Dallas, Fort Worth area more often, since it's more central?
Anywhere from San Antonio up the I-35 corridor towards Dallas.
Okay.
That makes sense. It could be San Antonio. People like traveling to San Antonio. So
which one's normally cheaper to fly into? That'd probably be my deciding maker.
Dallas. Yeah.
The cheaper people can get flights, the more likely are to show up. That's why I go to Houston once a year, is I can get a flight down there for $100.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard earlier, Billy, but like James had a good point. Like, say Mikey's doing a $50 payout down in Florida. The amount it costs for James to get down there, that $50 does nothing.
Yeah.
So really that $50 is going to attract the same locals that you probably get when you don't do a payout, but it's not going to bring in someone from far away that has to spend $1,000 to get there, possibly to get that $50.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously that's just logically true, right? It's not enticing to go over there for $50 when you could fly for, somewhere that's paying $300. Like, obviously, I guess it just depends on what you're looking for. Cause like some promoters really, really emphasize on outside competition, right? I'm trying to get the biggest people to come in. I'm paying for people to come in and do super matches and stuff like that. And I don't want this to sound bad, while I love people from out of the area to come to our events, what I do is basically for Texas. So at the end of the day, if every payout at Texas State went to a Texas puller, I'm a happy guy. So it's a little bit. I love for people to come in. I want people to come in. We're always welcoming of that. But at the end of the day, if I have nothing but Texas, I'm still we're still good.
Yeah.
Like, I don't look at my event and go, well, we didn't have anybody from out of state come. I look at my event and go, wow, Texas just put up, 350 entries, and there were only, 5 guys from out of state, or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I look at it as your Texas Arm Wrestling League, so that makes sense.
Exactly. That goes along with the league model, right?
Right.
So, I mean, it makes sense. Like, it's really a culmination of everything. Now, I don't know if you guys dabbled into the other side of cash payouts, and I know you talked about how sometimes it's hard to accumulate these things and stuff like that. But one thing that I don't think a lot of people are recognizing is the abundance of competitions that are popping up everywhere.
Yeah.
All right. And it's going to make the landscape a lot more difficult to provide extra stuff than already and actually some of the stuff that's already been provided is probably going to go away. As the saturation of tournaments goes more and more, people want to travel less and less, right? Area entries start to drop, and when you take anybody's model that pushes it forward, if one event flops, well, what's that going to do for the next event? And what's that going to do for the next event? So I like the idea of an abundance of competition, but I also think that we have to be promoters, or if anybody's out there calling himself a promoter that wants to throw an event, I think we need to be cognizant and be careful of what we all do in that and the idea of oversaturation.
Yes.
I feel like too, arm wrestling has this stigma with its promoters, where I feel like it's almost an us against the arm wrestlers stigma, where we're not profiting. We're not doing this to make money. We're doing it really for the arm wrestlers to better the sport. And I feel like if arm wrestlers want cash prizes, I'm going to tell them to take their own advice instead of us as a single person going out and getting a sponsorship for my entire event. Like Dave pointed out, if I get $6,000, it's only $500 per class per arm. That's nothing. Now, if you're a 220-pound guy and you want a $500 cash payout, go find me a sponsor and tell them, hey, specifically 220-pound class, this is the payout for that class. And if you do that, I will happily give away any money you guys can generate. I will give it right back to you, 100% of it. But coming out of our profits, when we really don't have profits as it is, the money's not there. It's got to come from somewhere.
If I was going to go all the way out of my way to find a sponsor for my class that's willing to pay money, why wouldn't I just spend it on my Wheaties instead of putting it in the bracket?
I mean,
well,
you know what I'm saying?
That is a great point.
You know what I mean? Like, if I'm going out of my way and I'm like, hey, I'm going to go get Hat Girls as a sponsor, and they agreed to give $500, well, I'm going to wear their hat and put $500 in my training program.
I mean, that's an option too. Obviously, you guys.
If I really want to push the boundaries, I'll bet $500 versus somebody that's pretty high up there.
Yeah.
It seems like a stretch.
Well, it's not a stretch. Those are two exceptional, stances and or arguments, right? So You could support the event by getting sponsors, and that helps better the event in whatever way, if it's through payouts or if it's through getting better refs or anything like that. Pullers could actually do that, right? The flip side is that, yes, you could go seek sponsors for yourself, which I think I see more and more people doing now. Instead of relying on promoters to spend $3, $4, and $5 grand on individuals for a super match and stuff like that, like these individuals aren't getting sponsors for themselves. They're expecting the promotions to pick up the tab on it. And let's be real, there's no kickback to that. Like a lot of these guys that are out there, and I'm like, I don't want to seem like I'm talking trash or anything like that, because I understand why they may be asking these things and all that kind of stuff. But logically speaking, like, you know, if you think that me paying you 25 grand to come do a super match with, say, a guy here in Texas is somehow there's going to be an ROI at the end of that for me or the league, it's just, it's non-existent. It doesn't happen. Right. Yeah. And maybe with the exception of a few, like if I spend $3 grand to bring Devin Lorad in, I might get some return by people showing up or something like that, you know, but at the end of the day, I could set up a super match with
worth of entries.
Yeah, 98% of people.
Earlier on the show, we were talking about, like, you know, might be better off to put $3 or $4 grand getting somebody like that to come in compared to putting in the prizes, because what's $50 at the end of the day, like Mikey said.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. It you know, but there, even with that, there's still little return, and that there's less return than everybody thinks. Let's just put it that way. Right.
It's not easy to get a $6,000 sponsor. Anyway,
like I said, it can be done. It has been done, but it's not like these things are just floating around.
Right.
And you have to be able to, you know, like smaller competitions or stuff like that in rural areas or whatever, what have you, are going to have a hard time because they just don't have the marketability, right? They can't say, hey, I'm going to bring 200 pullers that are going to bring their wives. It's going to be 400 or 500 people. You know, they may bring 100, 150 people. So,
for sure.
It's difficult, you know, and trust me, don't think that for a second, and this is for everybody listening, obviously, that us as promoters aren't trying to find ways to add value to our tournaments and or leagues or promotions or anything like that. And I would argue that it's not just cash that can given back directly to the pullers that can add value. You know, when a promotion is like say Winter Blast, hiring a full master ref staff, that's value to the pullers, right? If they've got good equipment that these that pullers can come and arm wrestle on and stuff like that, those things are adding value to the tournament, and we're spending cash on that. So there's a lot of different ways that promoters can add value, and it doesn't necessarily have to be directly back to the puller. You know, it's just like with Mikey talking about with weightlifting, you know, if a promoter spent 10 grand on the top of the line weights and setup and mats and stuff like that, or he could spend 2 grand on shit. I mean, I think a lot of guys would probably look at it and go, well, I'd rather have nice stuff to play on rather than, you know, a few $100 and then a bunch of junk, you know.
I mean, case in point too is you look at Winter Blast, gives away no money, but puts a lot of effort into it. It's one of the biggest tournaments in our country. And then you look at, say, World Series of Arm Wrestling, who is literally paying people to come compete, and their turnouts are shit. So I don't, as much as we all would love to make money arm wrestling, I don't.
You know what's funny about the World Series of Arm Wrestling? For the first year and a half I was in the sport, I thought it was like a fake ad. Like it wasn't a real thing. It's like $100,000 in prizes. Like, whatever, man.
Yeah.
Note to self: don't ban athletes.
Well, that was even before that. So
yeah.
I mean, look, and I'm, like I said, not throwing shade. I used to help Greg throw one here in Texas, and we threw it in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, which is generally our biggest turnout. And our regular events were getting anywhere from 100 to 120 more entries on average than his events were in the same area. And so even with us being there, so there was something about the model that was deterring people from coming. You know?
Yeah.
So,
but you know, the thing with WSA, you know, like, I'm sure it's enticing, but like, it's only enticing to the people that can actually go there and win that money.
Yeah.
You know, there's not a lot of people that have a chance. Like, if I go there, I'm not winning shit. You know, like,
yeah,
probably none of us here would. You know, so it's like, it's only going to attract like your Corey West and your guys that are at the top level in their weight class, maybe 3 or 4 in each weight class that are going to go there that have a chance to win it. So that's what makes it smaller right there. A lot of guys are like, I'm not going there. I mean, I'm not going to travel all the way out there to not win anything.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it's cool, but yeah.
But then again, people do, you know, people do travel out there because they realize that it's I say this all the time, right? Arm wrestlers want to be mainstream, but they don't want to do mainstream stuff, right? And the reality of it all is that arm wrestling is no different than any other mainstream sport in the sense that and I've been having this conversation quite a bit lately. So I was talking like with Corey and them. How many active arm wrestlers do you think we have across the United States? So the United States has about 340 million people. At any given time, how many active arm wrestlers do you think that we have in the United States?
I think Ryan said 10,000, but I don't know how true that is.
Well, I said there's 10,000 probably total, but only about 3,000 of them are active.
Yeah. So of all the data, you can go on the AIR's website and look at this. Of all the data entered across the whole time, and this is entering tournaments from 10 years ago, there's only like 23,000 pullers, right? And this is like, well, if you break that down into who's actually active this day, we only have, give or take, 3,000 to 4,000 arm wrestlers active in the United States at any given time.
That's terrible.
Out of 340 million people, right? And then you look at something like, say, jiu-jitsu, right? If you do a standard Google search, how many people practice, martial arts across the United States? It's about 6 million. Now, if you go a little bit further and you start researching, how many of those people, like, what do they spend on average, right, to do jiu-jitsu or martial arts, right? They're spending $300-400 average a month, right? They have gym fees, they have, so it's really no different than what arm wrestlers are doing. Like you were saying earlier, well, we're buying, we're training, we're buying food, we're buying protein, we're doing gym fees. It's no different than anybody else. Everybody else is doing the same exact thing. Arm wrestlers are not doing anything special compared to any other mainstream sport anywhere. And yet they have thousands of competitions across the US that pay $0. They travel to all these competitions, and these competitions have like thousands of people in them. Right. So it is a little bit, it's a little bit of a weird thing to hear like 3,000 to 4,000, strong saying that, there should be all this money floating around that should be up for grabs when no other sport does this.
Yeah. It's not, I mean, those 3,000-4,000 guys are not bringing enough into the sport to begin with for us to be taken seriously compared to other sports.
Yeah, there's no marketability, right?
Yeah.
Like it really isn't. There really isn't any marketability yet. Now, here's the difference, though, right? So if you look at on a low level of kind of what I would say we can compare ourselves. like if you look at some of like the top jiu-jitsu competitions, they are paying a lot of money, right? But that's like the tippy top, right? That would be like our East versus West, even though comparatively East versus West is paying breadcrumbs compared to like what these guys are winning at jiu-jitsu competitions and stuff like that. So, you know, it's just it's an interesting conversation.
Yeah. One thing too is like, you know, East versus West pays these guys, and then, you know, they made comments about how even the athletes themselves felt like they were overpaid. So now when they go to redo the contracts and lower it, which from what I hear is the plan, some of those guys are going to be probably disgruntled about it.
Well, here's the thing too, right? So, and I a little tidbit of information that I was given, and I saw it a little bit in Arlington, was I think I personally, if you have people that are buying VIPs and stuff like this to EVW and stuff like that, and I think, don't get me wrong, I think the expectation is there and has been translated to these arm wrestlers that are being paid and stuff like that, is that, look, people are paying, you know, $1,500 now up to $1,900 for VIP tickets. You know, when I'm told that a handful of these arm wrestlers didn't show up to the after party in Chicago like they were supposed to hang out with the VIPs and stuff like that, because that's what they were buying to do. Like, that's kind of a problem, right?
Yeah.
You know, and especially if you know, like you go back to Arlington, you know, there was a pretty good amount of people in the crowd that were not arm wrestlers, right? There were quite a few people that bought VIP tickets that weren't arm wrestlers, right? They didn't arm wrestle at all. They were just fans, thought it was cool, spent the money, you know, went there. And then all of a sudden it was like pulling teeth, you know, to interact with these, you know, these guys that were being paid to be there.
Yeah.
And, you know,
I think one of the interesting phenomenons about East versus West so far is how well North America's professionals that do it full time now, since they got paid so well, are able to perform on the world stage because they had that access to the money. You know what I mean?
Sure.
They don't have to go work construction 9 to 5 because, you know, they're getting pretty fat checks for performing.
I don't think I'll argue that I don't think anybody's quit their job that didn't already not have a job, right?
I don't think they did either, but I'm saying they have more access to training, and they're taking it a lot more serious than they were.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I mean, when you're getting a paycheck for something, typically you're going to take it more seriously. Yeah, absolutely.
And I would say Michael Todd's for sure a full-time professional at this point. I don't think he does anything else.
Yeah, but he's been that for a while. You know, like even before he.
Michael Todd's professional. He definitely makes money arm wrestling, but not arm wrestling. It's all the other
advertising, YouTube,
exactly, yeah,
commercials, sponsorships.
And I mean,
I'm sure he doesn't drive around a giant monster RV because it's cool and good gas mileage.
Right. Yeah. And let's be real. Like Michael Todd, Devin, these are the exception to arm wrestlers. One of the most common questions you hear in interviews with professional arm wrestlers is, "What do you do for a living?" You know, and you would never ask an NBA player what they do.
Like, what do you mean I arm wrestle?
Exactly. You know, I mean, and our top guys, look at Dave Chafee's a prison guard. You know, these are our top 10 in, you know, in our sport, and you still have your typical 9 to 5s. And I think that's where the disconnect is, you know, even when you look at like bodybuilding, when you get to the very top, the very, very top, all right, then you're making money, you can make a living. But even making a living as a top level professional arm wrestler, it's rare. There's maybe I could think of 5 that are probably, you know, actually making money solely in arm wrestling related stuff.
Well, not only that too.
Hello, Yak.
Yeah, don't think for a minute that EVW's cranking out this huge bottom line either. Like they're taking a big hit paying these athletes well in the hopes that it's going to continue to grow into something that is more profitable, right? And like the NFL doesn't pay these the pro NFL players millions and millions of dollars because they're only scraping in a couple $100,000 a year. Like
Yeah.
they wouldn't be signing contracts if their bottom line wasn't like their the profit line wasn't massive. But right now, EVW's trying to boost this. They're taking a lot of risk, and they're putting a lot into it.
Yeah.
And the bottom line is not good for them right now.
Right, right. It's not sustainable.
But even at that, I heard you mention, the top guys and what they're getting paid. But I mean, is it? I don't know if is it general knowledge on what a top level athlete.
I would say Devin's probably one of the top earners.
Let's
hands down.
You can't really use him as an example because I think he's way up here compared to most.
How about like a Dave Chafee?
Or Godzilla.
Earlier, someone top level, but not a Devin. What do you guys think they're getting paid?
Well, look, a few. Let's just a few. Not too long ago, we had a couple people from a couple ladies from Texas. Now, granted, these are entry. These aren't the top, right? These are entry, and it was a very modest appearance fee for going and travel and stuff like that, which probably accumulated to. If you added everything up, total cost of hotel, travel, and then appearance fee, it was probably around $5,000 ish for the entry level puller, debuting on the EVW stage, like say 2 years ago.
You're saying $5,000. You're saying for an athlete, or is this like a special guest? They're going to be
no. This is like, so if you take like Elizabeth or Sarah, both of them, like Sarah went to KOTT and Elizabeth did EVW, like. If I'm not mistaken, she'll probably tell me, but I think if I'm not mistaken, Sarah's was somewhere around like $2,500 ish, and then of course, the accommodations and stuff. So it wasn't a ton of money.
Sure.
They covered the travel to go to Dubai and stuff like that. And then she had a little bit on the bottom end, but your entry level pullers that are getting matches and stuff like that, they're probably, compared to what we think it is, it's probably a decent chunk of change.
Well, yeah, and if you
they're
think
not quitting their jobs for it, though.
What was that?
They're not going to quit. They're not quitting. Nobody's quitting their jobs for it, though.
Well, that's the part right there. Is if you got guys again like Dave Chafee. If I don't know how much a prison guard makes, but let's just say they're a decent salary. It's $80,000. He's clearly not making enough to live on, and that's a Dave Chafee. And if the guys that are at the top of our sport aren't even making a living, why would our entry level tournament guys be making even a fifth of what they make? That the numbers aren't there. They don't add up.
Yeah.
Plus, if you think about, like, say East versus West, and I'm only talking America, I'm not talking the whole country. Who's watching the pay-per-view? It's us, arm wrestlers. It's not like the general public. You know what I mean? Like, that's for us. So they're putting all that money into that to just have arm wrestlers watch arm wrestling. Like, we're not at that point where the general public is going to watch arm wrestling.
Yeah,
it's a little too complex. Half the people that watch arm wrestling that aren't arm wrestlers don't know what they're watching.
I don't even know.
Dude, half the arm wrestlers are watching arm wrestling and don't know what they're watching.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why'd they stop that? I have no fucking clue.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the technical abilities, a lot of people don't notice what they see. Like, Devin and Kudacek, whenever they were pulling, whenever he went outside, inside, and back and forth like that, that's extremely technical. But nobody had a clue. If you're not an arm wrestler, you had no clue what happened.
No idea. Yeah. Or when they stop a match and you didn't see like a reason to stop it, if you're not an arm wrestler where you can pick up on why they stopped it, you're gonna get bored and be like, why do they keep stopping this match?
Why are they just hanging out in the middle like that?
Yeah, right.
There's a lot of different things. Education, goes a long way. Like EVW posted their rules today because there was this massive push. Hey, are you guys going to post your rules? Hey, are you guys going to post your rules? They did, And then I'm reading the comments going, like some of the comments that these arm wrestlers are making, like, it just basically screams you've never read the rules to anything.
Yeah.
Like, because the EBW rules are pretty standard with WAF, with the exception of some slight changes here and there. Like it all washes out the same, except for they do warnings in a ref script, and stuff like that. They've added some opportunities that continue the match on, beyond being fouled out or something like that. But it,
Do you also think at the very highest level like that, whenever it's a live broadcast, you have to have kind of special set of rules so that we're not an hour for every super match?
Oh, no, I agree. I don't have a problem with whatever they decided to do. It just seemed like everybody wanted those rules posted, and then they had a problem with it. Like, do we understand what we're talking about here? Like, of course it's going to be different. It's not going to be your standard and what you're used to seeing in a tournament, or maybe it appeared that some people had no clue about the rules.
Yeah.
Because they were questioning things that were common sense to people that do know. And it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't have a problem with them changing the rules to suit the situation that they're in.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're trying to make this balance between strict professionalism and bridging the entertainment value, and that's difficult to do.
I mean, I have a comment that I know is going to be unpopular amongst the community, but
no.
Yeah, I don't mind at all. So all this money's put into the top elites and East versus West and like the top guys. But out of all those guys, like, you could say Devin and Brezink, some people join the sport because they catch those guys on YouTube. But I personally think it's guys like you two and 98 and other smaller promotions that are getting guys all week long calling them saying, hey, where can I find a practice? Hey, how do I get into arm wrestling? That are the ones that are really growing the sport. And I think if someone were to come along and put some money into getting kids involved and new people, like raise the number from 3,000 active arm wrestlers to 20,000, that's how you make a difference in this sport. But nobody has decided to take their funds and use it on that end of the sport.
I'll be back in just a minute, fellas.
Yeah. Like if we could get a program to get it in schools, or like we're working with the Boy Scouts trying to do something with the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts to get that kind of rolling. But if someone were to come that had serious money that could make that happen, that's how you grow the sport from the ground up, not from the top down. Yeah. And I know they don't want to hear someone say that, but I think if you do the math, it's like the smaller the guys at the lower end of the league that bring more people into arm wrestling just from being out there doing it. Not many people have access to like Devin in person unless you're an arm wrestler, or you're going to an event he's at, but you can go to a local practice and practice and join the sport, but I think, we got to get that active number way up to be taken seriously as a sport and to actually be able to get some serious sponsors. Serious sponsors do come and then they leave, because once they realize they're not getting a return.
I think you should definitely keep the sponsors and the athletes separated, because once the two meet, that's never happening again.
Right. Yeah. That's a problem too,
they're mouth breathers. We're gonna withdraw funds. We gotta go.
A sponsor watches this podcast, they're out, dude.
But I gotta go, gentlemen. It was nice talking to you all. I wish you all the best of luck.
Yeah, hey, thanks for coming on and giving your opinion.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback.
We don't agree with you, but whatever. No,
it's all right, man. It's no hard feelings.
I'm just kidding, man. Thanks for your opinion.
Later, buddy.
See you, bud. So one of the reasons I brought Wiggles on is he's like a loud advocate in the community about cash payouts. So I wanted to get someone on.
I figured it felt like, and I'm glad it didn't get to a point where it was like a back and forth with, I genuinely appreciate to hear their perspectives. And, I think we've talked about it before. I wish things were different. I wish there was more money to give away. I wish it made more sense to give the money away. but just from what I've experienced in the sport, we've given away motorcycles and cash prizes. And honestly, there's no direct relation to the prizes that we're giving away to the turnout. I solely believe you want to have a good turnout. Continual events, I think, are what really does it. Winter Blast, year after year, and you build a reputation for a good event. I don't think, even if you took Winter Blast and said, hey, next year we're doing cash prizes, I don't think you'd get more entries. You would literally give away money. I mean,
even doing the women's cash payouts, it brings a few more women, but it doesn't make a huge impact.
Right.
So I don't think it would in the men either, because I think the people that are coming to Winter Blast are coming regardless.
Yeah. And I mean, I know I'm not an elite level arm wrestler, but when I'm looking for tournaments that I want to go to, it's never guided by, oh, they're giving away cash prizes. It's, oh, that's a badass trophy. Those are a lot of my friends are going to that. It's going to be a good turnout. Those are the things that I'm looking for when I'm traveling. It's not. Yeah.
And like Wiggle said, dude, like, say you get $6,000 to do cash payouts. The amount of the cash payout is not going to draw someone in from Ohio to Florida, because his trip is going to cost way more than that.
Yeah.
And it's just not feasible to do that. But it might bring in more local guys, but those are the guys that are going to your tournament anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So
and I made a comment. Somebody made a comment on a post that the Engen post, whatever. But he said basically that how things are there's nothing going on locally, and I basically said politely, of course, bullshit. He said, I said I've been to hundreds of practices, been in a dozen states, and this person's saying there's no major activity at the local level. The sport has declined. It's almost disappeared. I said basically bullshit. It's basically, if anything, on the local level, it's growing. Admittedly, it's not growing beyond us, which is our basic point. But to say that it's disappearing, is absolute horse crap.
Well, one problem too in the community is like these backyard barbecue pop-up events where people are going to that rather than a real tournament because it's just conveniently closer. And they're like, oh, this is right down the street. I can go out and get my fix in arm wrestling, maybe get an award, maybe not, or whatever, and see my friends and not travel to the real tournament that's an hour away or whatever. And those guys that are doing stuff like that, I think, need to be really careful, because that, what if that real tournament decides to just stop doing what they're doing? Then what? We just have all backyard barbecue tournaments, and we're setting the sport back for 30 years to what it was back then. Or in like a dive bar, or whatever.
I should also point out that you missed a while back. Sir Yak spent $2.03 American, otherwise known as $2.79 Canadian, to spread some outrageously fake news about my appearance, and you missed it.
Oh, did I miss it? Where is it? Oh. Here it is. Dave Shell is so aggressively handsome. Thanks, Yak. Dude, I appreciate that.
You're alive.
I mean, you're not wrong.
For $2.
You're not wrong. Very good.
I'll tell you, when you were going on earlier, and I really didn't have much to say. I was sitting here. I was struck by Bill Ortega's comment about, people, that if you just have from the state of Texas, and they like to have people from outside, and I said, gee, I wonder. And actually, when you take a look at, I cover tournaments and practices and whatever in 14 states in the Northeast. Texas is basically as big as all of them.
Yeah.
If you add up the area of every state that I cover, 14 states, every state except Ohio, which kind of got added to Northeast and Midwest, but cut Ohio out of the picture, no offense to Ohio, the other states add up to less square miles than Texas alone. 13 states. And look at what the population, which I haven't done that, but still, I mean, that really they just don't realize. Well, and you've made that comment before to people that we can go 4 hours here, and you could be in 7 different states.
Yeah. Now, how do you feel about this? Like, Sal says he has a box of medals that don't mean shit. Yak says he prefers medals. Sal said it's too saturated, too many people pop up entries, and nobody wants shit medals. Cash payouts is king. How do you guys feel about some of those comments? Money is nice, but if you are in arm wrestling for money, you're in the wrong sport. It's more of a hobby than a sport, like fishing or hunting or playing golf. Put money and time, but no return.
Yeah, actually, Drew is about my cane for beating people off since I'm aggressively
Beating people off, Dave. What kind of show is this?
That's what he said. Yeah, beating.
God damn, dude.
Yeah. Well,
every time you say something fucking filthy like that, our views go up.
Well, actually, though, today I'll tell you, hip wasn't feeling great today, so I actually got the walker out of the trunk to walk into the Lehigh County Courthouse to renew my 5-year concealed carry permit. So you better watch out. I renewed the concealed carry permit.
Dave's going to shoot someone at a tournament.
Here's the 5 years. Florida, we go 7. Actually, Florida, we don't even need them anymore. But
you guys can carry swords around. And
it's 5, and it didn't look at all like me because the old picture, because it was like after I had not cut my hair for like 5 months, during COVID.
Mikey, did you get your real ID yet?
What's a real ID?
Oh, fuck. I didn't get mine yet. It's like the fucking new thing everybody has to get to travel and shit.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'm serious. Do you not have that in Florida yet?
What are you talking about?
The real ID, dude. It's a new ID where like you're gonna need it to travel soon or have a passport or but the real ID is gonna be
What makes it a real
There's
ID?
no way you haven't heard about the real ID.
It's called Real ID.
Yeah.
And the difference, I don't know if it's the same in all states. In Pennsylvania, it looks like a regular ID, except up in the upper right-hand corner, I think there's a gold star, which suggests that it's...
Listen. That thing?
Yeah, yes.
You got it, dude. You got
real ID.
Good.
Yeah, I got my old one, dude. This thing.
Nice.
Yeah.
See, not only the picture,
So I still got to get the real ID, but what I got to find out if they'll let me wear a spaghetti strainer on my head.
Yeah, I know about that one.
Global entry. What the fuck is that?
Listen, that means I go through security. I don't got to take my shoes off. I don't got to wait in line. That's like,
whose dick do you got to suck to get one of those?
Yeah, I have the I have pre-check. I don't have global entry.
but same thing, except mine's international versus.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, if I didn't have it, the last time I flew out of Allentown, I would not have made it. The lines are so damn long, and we left with half an empty flight because they just people couldn't get through damn security. Where I went sailing right through in the pre-check, and it was what?
Sal said he's sorry he's being aggressive tonight. I'll come on and explain
5 years or
about
something.
the medals, I guess.
$75.
That's what we want. That's what we want.
It wasn't that expensive.
We want someone to come on that has a view of fuck medals and I want cash. So we can tell you what an asshole you are.
I mean, if we could find referees willing to volunteer their time, bracket people willing to to volunteer, venues that will give it to us for free. I mean, then we could charge $10 entry and give all the money for prizes.
Yeah.
You have no expenses.
Oh, for sure. See, well, here's part of the problem. Like my buddy Josh, he started a program at school where after school you go arm wrestle. He brought his table. He was still in school when he did it. This was back a long time ago. He was like 14. So, but then when he graduated, nobody kept it going. So you need volunteers, arm wrestlers that are volunteers that are willing to go to a school to make sure everyone's staying safe, to teach, to stay there and do that. And then you also need someone from the school to be a volunteer for an after school program. Yeah. So if you can get those two things, and I know I met some people down in Virginia when I was there that are working on that in their local schools, and I think that's great. But it's like one of those things where you have to do it across the board. Like we should try to be doing this all over the country, all together at the same time, and just make a push, get kids in at that level. I mean, I know some of the promoters aren't allowed around kids, but it doesn't matter. Get someone else to go to the school.
That's the thing too. Like you break down the math on it. Let's say we pay a head ref. I'm sure it varies place to place, but
Yeah.
$300 and they're doing what, 5 hours of work?
Yeah.
$60,
Yeah.
$60 an hour. Ryan, on Winter Blast, how much did you make per hour for the amount of time you put into that event?
I didn't make anything.
Negative, right?
I'm actually in the red still.
Yeah, and everybody looks at the promoters like, we're the ones getting rich. But in all honesty, my head ref gets paid more than me. My down ref gets paid more than me.
I mean, we just don't pay ourselves
at all
at 98 because, like you, we look at it like, hey, it's my brand. I'm growing it.
Absolutely.
So even if I take a loss, it's not really a loss because I'm putting that money into, expanding the brand and whatnot.
Yeah,
but,
dude, just
that's how I trick myself to feel better about it.
Just those Mazarenko tables I bought for
dude.
Total, I'm not exaggerating, it's $8,500. Just the table expenses, So
and those fancy bases
just to be at a zero before I'm even turning any kind of a profit.
Yeah. And that's what people don't understand,
I think that's the most frustrating part is that, I mean, I don't want people to look at me like a martyr, but this is not a business move for me. I lose money most of the time.
See, what maybe some people watching don't realize, like you own some gyms, you've been in bodybuilding, so you have that perspective of like, hey, in bodybuilding, you're not getting cash payouts just for showing up, like unless you're up here or you're winning these events consistently. Yeah. Same with jiu-jitsu, same with like all these other things like Billy was saying, like there's not with the small amount of people in the sport, like I can't go to a sponsor and they're like, okay, what's your demographic? And I'm like, only about 3,000 active pullers in the United States. So that makes it hard. I mean, we have gotten some sponsors here. I mean, you've sponsored us, dude. Thank you for that.
Of course.
I mean, there are some sponsors out there to get, but it's like, and some people reach out to us to sponsor, and I'm like, dude, I wish we could. We're just not at that level yet. Like, we just don't have the money to sponsor many things right now, And if we do have the extra money to sponsor, we're sponsoring something for the event, or like women's cash payouts or something like that. Because the women's side of the sport needs some attention too, because that's even less than the men. There's only like 30 active women in the United States practically, but it's hard, man. It's hard to 3,000 active pullers in all the USA seems low, seems incorrect, to be honest. I mean, active is debatable, but if you're going by Aries, most promoters submit to the air system. So, if you're going by that, I mean, Corey, probably pretty accurate on how many people, for the most part, are active on that system,
Shubich wants us to start a 98 breeding camp. People would have to stop retaining the semen if that was the case.
Yeah, no more semen retention, dude. Dave, we could artificially inseminate thousands of women with your semen and then breed arm wrestlers. But yeah, I mean, Mikey, when you get a sponsor, is the first thing you're thinking is, oh, now I can do cash payouts? Or are you thinking like, hey, now I can do something better for the event?
That's typically how we do
You're
it.
Like, oh, I can get better medals, or I can get better fucking merch or something cool for the event.
Yeah, I've never had luck bribing arm wrestlers to come to an event. I've never had luck with.
That's what it feels like, dude.
Yeah, they're gonna come if the event is cool, and it's almost like the prizes shouldn't even be the icing on the cake. It's the sprinkles on top of the icing on top of the cake. It shouldn't be the reason you go to a tournament. That it should be for the love of the sport. It's a good ran tournament. You're gonna be safe there, have proper calls, and if you can win a few bucks, that's great. That should not be your driving force.
So Ryan, a good way to get schools involved, especially high schools, have Hope Fest. Myself, Levi and I, Chops, and a bunch of others set up a table. We'll be at Arm Wrestler. we raised $5K. That's cool.
So ChatGPT is telling me that focusing solely on the ELO system airs, it says the total US registered in ELO is between 10,000 and 12,000. That's registered. And it says actively competing in ELO each year is about 4,000 to 6,000.
Yes. Like
now I know it's not exactly accurate to say this, but if you divide it out by the 48 continental states, I mean, we're talking like a couple hundred tops in each state. Like, I think that's pretty accurate. I would say, I'm very well versed in the Florida arm wrestling scene, and I would venture to say I don't think I could fill 200 names out of everybody I personally know in arm wrestling in Florida. So even double that, 400 is your entire pool that you're pulling from. 10% of that's going to show up. You're not going to
this is funny. Just in high school girls basketball, 373,000 participants in just the USA. So you can't even compare arm wrestling to girls basketball just in high school. It's not even close. But some of those arm wrestlers that are on Corey's thing, like, only do like one tournament a year. Like, and it's mostly the pros that are trying to fucking guard their fucking rankings and shit, Like, oh, I don't want to go take a chance on my ranking getting lower. You know what Corey should do, dude, is like, if you're inactive for a year, you lose 15 points like it's a loss. You know what I mean? That would entice people to get out there and pull more. Or even like 100 points. Like, if you don't compete in a whole year, you lose 100 points unless you have a doctor's note that you were injured.
We should talk to Corey about like these numbers could easily be tracked through his system. With registered athletes, you just register what state you're from.
Yeah,
these numbers
he's got it all marked down to states now too.
Yeah, and then we could even cross-reference that with how often they compete, and I think
that's part of the conversation he had with Billy about how many arm wrestlers are active.
Yeah,
like, it's crazy, dude. How you liking ChatGPT, buddy?
I love it, bro.
Dude. How's your new thing? That new thing with the video maker? Are you playing with that still?
The video's good. It's a little more complex and it's kind of expensive. So I don't know if I'm going to keep that. But ChatGPT itself, oh my god, hands down,
dude, and it just keeps getting better.
Yeah, and once you learn that it's so much more than just a glorified Google, and you can actually tell it to act in certain ways and create.
Like Billy had the non-paid version, right? Had the paid version, and he was trying to do a medal. And he sent it to me, and then I put it in ChatGPT, and the difference was crazy. So he instantly went and just got ChatGPT, like the paid version.
Nice.
For $20 a month, dude, it's worth it.
It's so worth it. Absolutely.
ChatGPT's like my lawyer, my fucking,
everything.
Can write contracts up, all kinds of shit, dude. It helped me build the website, which we'll be launching in the next couple weeks here. But it wasn't cheap to get like someone to do a legit full-scale website from scratch. So that's what we put a lot of money and time into to have an actual like really good 98 website. So, Tim Lewis in the house.
Yeah, I told him to join us. He asked if we were talking about East versus West. And I said no, told him what we were talking about. He should join us.
Jimmy.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, buddy?
I'm just laying in bed. That's why it's dark.
Oh, are you fully clothed?
Yeah. But
just checking.
We have the East Ohio Pottery Festival tournament tomorrow. And then, there's a small super match card at night. So I'll be over there tomorrow helping with that.
Sounds great. And
then I have the match with Brandon Peasley coming up in Boston next weekend.
Oh, nice.
At the Aiden LeMay's.
Righty or lefty?
lefty for sure.
Nice.
So we're putting up, I think $300 and some dollars each, and then they're throwing in like a little bit of sponsor money too for us. So it's going to be like the winner's going to get $1,000 for that match, best of
Yeah.
5. And then I have a right-handed match with Yosef just for fun, for $100. So
Yeah.
should be good.
I think you have the record for most super matches in the country.
I mean, it's got to be close. I know that Ron Columba back in the day did tons of tournaments and stuff, but yeah, tournaments. I mean, I think for super matches, I'm probably up there.
Yeah.
Guys, dinner's ready. I got a dip.
All right, buddy. I'll catch you later.
Have me on.
Yep. See you later, liar.
But what were you guys talking about tonight?
We're talking about cash payouts and how, some promotions are set up for it and some are not. All depends where they're at in their, journey of promoting. And sponsor, a lot of things play into whether you can do cash payouts or not.
Well, and I was telling Dave, I think cash payouts draw top talent, but I don't think they necessarily draw a lot of entries, especially if it's only going to be a first place cash payout. I think once you get in the top 3 or maybe 4, now you might get some entries out of that. But I think your amateurs, your semi-pro poolers, I think they prefer the awards over the cash.
Yeah, I think so too. Honestly,
I mean, look at Michigan State. They have never paid a dime, and everybody wants one of those gorillas.
Yeah.
A low year for them is 250 entries.
And honestly, I think most promoters, if we could do cash payouts, we would. It's not like we're taking money and just hiding it or something. Like if I had someone come sponsor and say, "Hey, here's 20 grand, dude, you know what we could do with that? Like we would have cash payouts, the best awards. Like we'd go crazy with that money."
Yeah, I mean, that reminds me of RTN 2007. They were able to do it all because I think they had about 20 grand or whatever.
Yeah.
But location is important too. I mean, I'm not going to name the event or the state because, it would give it away. But, there was an event last year. They had $7,000 in sponsor money.
Yeah.
And, it was paid out, advertised, that it was going to be paid out in all the classes. But I mean, the tournament had a bad turnout. There were literally only 50 some entries. And the reason is simply location. I mean, you're talking about an area where locally there might be 20 poolers. Everybody else has a 5 to 7 to 9 hour drive.
Yeah.
So it don't matter. Like people are like, yeah, I could win
right
300 for first, but I gotta pay 300 just to show up.
Well, that we were talking about that earlier. Like James Cody Winland was on from Ohio, and he was like, dude, if they do cash payouts down in Florida, even if the main prize for pro is 300, the amount he has to pay to travel to get there, it just doesn't make sense.
But that's him. The local pullers in Florida.
The local pullers,
So the event I was talking about, literally there were only 20 poolers in that area. Anybody else from anywhere else would have had to drive those distances. Like that's how remote this particular location was. you
Right.
know?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, but if they would have had that event, 6 hours away in a populated area, it would have been stacked. But this particular promoter wanted to do it in his hometown. And it's just like, no. Like he could have had $30,000. It wouldn't have mattered. Like guys weren't going to go that far, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
Like I told Dave Shell, sit down nationals would have double or triple its turnout if they moved it out of Norfolk and Virginia Beach and they moved it to like either Richmond or like Fairfax, Virginia, or like somewhere where the population was,
Yeah, yeah.
But those guys are like, oh no, like this is my home. And,
Yeah.
that's why they don't get the entries.
Yeah.
It's not because people don't think it's cool. It's because it's 5 extra hours out of their way.
Yeah. And I kind of agree with what you said. Like when there's cash payouts, you're probably going to get higher level guys coming out. However, cash payouts does not always translate to more entries than usual.
No.
You know what I mean? Like the guys that are coming usually regardless of the cash payout. You might get a few more extra that come out to win it, and it's going to be the higher
and you
elite.
Might also scare away people with that too, sadly.
Right. If they're like, oh, he's coming, oh, he'll get first place, I'm not going. Whatever.
Well, we've said the same thing up here as far as, if they move, there's certain people insisted that Atlantic City is a lovely place to hold a tournament.
It's been terrible.
It's horrible.
It literally has been horrible, for 10 years. I even had an event in Atlantic City one time. I hosted an event with a promoter that did a lot of other events. And he had over $1,000 in sponsor money to give out.
Yeah.
And we did not have a good turnout because it was Atlantic City. I mean, the Nationals they did in Atlantic City did not have a good turnout the one year. Even WAL in Atlantic City, it was
Atlantic City
good, but it was the lowest turnout compared to all the other qualifiers that they had.
Yeah. Well, because you got to think Atlantic City is one of the toughest places to have a tournament because it's an expensive town to eat and drink.
Everything's
you
expensive.
Pay for parking.
You got to pay money to park.
Yeah, all that. It adds up.
They charge resort fees. The rooms are high. If you want to get an inexpensive room in Atlantic City, you can, but then the area is very sketchy.
Yeah.
You got to deal with the traffic. You got to deal with the tolls. You got to deal with, the fact that, again, you don't have a local arm wrestling base in Atlantic City.
Right.
Everybody that's going to that either has to travel from, Philly, New York, Northern NJ, Maryland. So you don't start off with the locals. Everybody has to travel,
Yeah.
But yet people still keep doing stuff there. I don't get it.
Yeah. I've been to a few things there and they just did not get much traction. And I'm like,
and Atlantic City was cool when I was 21, 22. Atlantic City was cool.
Yeah.
Now, no. I mean, you want to go to casino, I'd rather go to Parks. I'd rather go to Live in Baltimore. I mean, Atlantic City is just dumpy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's all crackheads begging for money now and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean that plays a big part in it too.
In Philadelphia, we don't have to go to Atlantic.
We don't have to go all the way to AC to see that.
Casinos in the Philly area, it's not Sugar House anymore. Rivers bought them out.
Yeah.
And we have one here in Pittsburgh, and there's one in Chicago. But you know, the casino itself is a little nicer in there. I've been in there once, but
Yeah.
that area is just not
Right.
great. And the one down in Chester, you know, obviously
God.
is not great. But the other ones are nice. I mean,
Eras or
obviously,
whatever.
where you had Winter Blast is nice. And the
It's
park
in a
is
nicer
very
area.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's face it, Chester's the Atlantic City of Pennsylvania, as far as
Yeah, it is. You know? And I mean, Howard, it's not that. It's just the location. You know, it's
Right.
just the location. You know?
Yeah.
So.
Anything near Chester is
I'm
kind
back.
of yeah. Oh, Billy Ortegas is back. Welcome back, buddy.
Sorry, I had to walk my dog.
No problem.
well, we know that excuse.
I don't think Billy has a dog.
I do not. I'm driving to work now, so.
Yeah, so Sal was going to come on after,
I
and
guess none of the. No, yeah, only.
I'll just say
Rios?
Sal might come on.
Salvatore?
Yeah. He's a cash is king, medals are pointless guy.
Who is that?
Salvatore Rios.
Oh.
He's going to come on. He said he might come on after.
So what is going on with TAL? Like, I'm sorry, I don't really know too much about it. Like, I've seen some advertisements and stuff, but like, what do you guys have going on down there?
Did you catch that, Billy?
That was meant for you. You have the Texas up there.
No, I don't know. My signal's kind of. I don't know if it's my signal or if it's something messing up.
He was asking what you got going on
go
down there in Texas.
With TAL and all that. Yeah, I mean. Did he hear that? Or
I don't think so. I think he, yeah.
Okay.
But definitely a good league to go down and experience. I've heard all good things.
I've just seen it. Like I didn't realize until Winter Blast really that it was a thing. Like when I saw the
really?
part, yeah.
Oh wow!
I mean, all I knew that was going, I knew about like, David's favorite, group down there. We won't mention that, but yeah, I didn't realize that they had a professional kind of league or organization going on down there until I saw it on your banner. And then I saw a couple guys came to Winter Blast from there and they were talking really highly about it. So
yeah, Billy runs it and they got a really good league now.
Tournaments, or does he do like a mix of like round robins and like super match stuff too, or like that's kind of like what I wanted to ask.
I know they have they've split up Texas into different areas and they have a director in each area and they do like some I don't know if necessarily called a qualifier, but like a regional, and then they all lead up to their Texas State event at the end of the year, and they do cash payouts at that event. Hold on, here's Billy. Here's Billy can explain it better than me.
So I'm sorry, Billy. I was kind of asking about TAL and kind of what your vision is there and what you're doing with that, like whether it's tournaments, super matches, like rankings, round robins, like.
All right, so I mean the base of TAL is in the name. It's the idea behind it is a league, and the idea is that we run 5 tournaments a year. We have 5 regions in the state of Texas, and the model is to try to provide a consistent schedule of arm wrestling for people to compete in and everything like that. And then at the end of the year, we culminate for a Texas State Championship, and then we rinse and repeat. So
So does the Texas State Championship, like, is it like open, or is it like only the people that place in like those qualifiers like can compete, or like are there any stipulations like that, or
No, it's completely open to everybody.
okay.
Yep. And so currently for the past, well, we're going into 5 years now. We've done, or 4 years now, we've done payouts at Texas State at $500 for first place in the pro classes.
Okay. And that's
So
every weight class.
every weight class with at least 4 in it. So
Okay. And is the Texas State like, is it moving around from year to year in like the cities, or is it always in the same area?
So it has moved around. Before I took over the league, the agreement was made, or the arrangements were made that the state championship would rotate amongst the regions.
Okay.
So we started out in the southern region, that was in San Antonio in 2021. In 2022, we moved out to the eastern region, which was outside of the Houston area. A little bit further outside of Houston, actually, a little bit further east, southeast. But then we moved to the central, which was Austin, Texas.
Okay, that's Austin. Okay, and then Dallas is another one, then, right?
Yeah, Austin is the way we sectioned it off. Austin was on the southernmost part of the central region, but it was central region. Then we went north to Lubbock last year for Texas State. Now we'll go west all the way out to El Paso this year.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
but beyond that, beyond this year, that'll be the end of the rotation, and then moving forward, Texas State will be anywhere between San Antonio and Dallas-Fort Worth on the I-35 corridor.
Okay. Just because of like population and airport access, that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, have you done round robin events or super match events as well?
I mean, we run the state rankings, and our state rankings are run off of super match only. So there's super matches going on with that. We've done some little round robins here and there, like not like specifically like a round robin event, but we dabble a little bit here and there with that. But our main focus is tournament play.
But are there like would you say like one of them is like that? Like I mean, like if somebody was gonna like come from like out of state, would there be like one or two that you would like recommend like over others, or or would you say they're all kind of like equal?
No, they're not. I mean, they're not all created equal. That's for sure. Although our regions are doing well and growing, and some of our regions have a lot of newer pullers. So, if you were looking for the possibility of better competition,
like if I said like I want to pick one of these next year, like what would you recommend to go to?
Central.
Okay. And that's what, the Austin or that's Austin?
No, it'll be like the regular regional will probably be most likely in like the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Okay, so the DFW, like kind of where East versus West was. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Which we will have East versus West back this year. That's the plan. So
that's like pretty close to being a done deal, or okay.
Yeah, they're looking at early February for that.
As long as it's not Super Bowl weekend, I'll be there. Well, I mean, if it's Saturday, maybe I could still go and then fly to this, because we go to Vegas every year for the Super Bowl.
I gotcha.
Like a 20-year tradition. Well, no, not 20 yet, almost 20, 18 years or something. But yeah, that was the only one I couldn't make. East versus West. I was in Orlando, and I just went to Chicago. So
Yeah, I heard you're running brackets over there.
Yeah, well, Bart was involved. Me and the guy from Erie did it because James
Yeah.
Reed couldn't make it. He had a prior commitment. So
Oh shucks.
Well, I need to establish some connections over there because see, I was going to be the original one to run at that tournament in Chicago, but I don't know enough people and stuff and logistically in that area to gather up tables and staff and stuff like that to be able to fly
well, I
in.
mean,
So
we used a lot of the local guys like Kyle Nelson. We got them to bring tables, and then we actually needed
Yeah.
another one, and then they made a couple calls. But I mean, I know that they were trying to pull a miracle to even get this tournament to happen.
Yeah.
So, then I kind of, I heard Bart was involved, and I'm like, look, I'm going, if you need anything, I'll do it,
Yeah.
and then they got Josh and Roma and the ref who are all, certified, they're certified IFA refs,
Yeah.
So it was good. I mean, we still had 287 entries, I think. I mean, for a Friday night, that's not bad,
Yeah.
Real quick, I just want to welcome Ted and Aaron onto the
What's up?
podcast.
What's up, guys?
Thanks for hopping on, fellas.
Yeah, well, I mean, this one was kind of special for us to hop on since you said it was about promoters too. So,
yeah,
we just got back from eating all-you-can-eat sushi and hibachi, and
all the arm wrestlers attacking us.
yeah, that too. Yeah, I mean, obviously I missed the first hour of it, but I can really quickly just tell you that I read some of the comments, and obviously cash payouts. I heard Tim say it, and he's right. Cash payouts bring usually a higher caliber of pro, but any arm wrestler who comes out of there, any promoter that thinks that it's just about cash payouts and medals don't mean anything or awards don't mean anything, then you don't have the right people making your awards and you don't have the right people promoting your event. It's just that simple. Cash payouts are definitely a nice bonus, but you look at most state championships out there or an East First West qualifier or something like that. There are no cash payouts. It's all about the award and it's about the opportunity to go further than what you are. So, whoever said that is straight talking out of their ass. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. So,
I mean, does Michigan State tomorrow, does that have cash payouts or is it just for the gorilla?
Well, that's what I said right before you got on. I said they never had cash payouts.
And that's one of the most prestigious.
John Therian we know he's one of the most known, arm wrestlers. He'll go anywhere. He has matches for money, and he drove 8 or 9 hours or whatever it is and showed up at Michigan State today. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
There's no money to win. He wants that title.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's cool for those big tournaments to have a trophy that stands out that everyone's like, I'm going to get a gorilla or I'm going to get, the big alligator or this or that. There's some cool ones out there.
Absolutely. 100%. And I mean, I think that is a huge draw for, to separate each state as far as their championship or something like that. Obviously, Winter Blast has the whole theme about, Game of Thrones, which is phenomenal. That was, I know you came up with that, so I'm not blowing smoke up your ass, but that was some serious marketing genius is what that was.
Well, at the time, Game of Thrones was big.
But I mean, it was.
So we're like, let's do a dragon trophy,
It took marketing genius to hop onto that and say, hey, I can make something out of this. So kudos to you for that. But I mean, even people that, you look at Christina, right? My wife, she does custom awards for even Camel City. Camel City is a small tournament. We cap it off at 100 pullers. Now that can mean 200, 250 entries, but it's still 100 pullers. That's it. We cap it at that because of the size of the venue. So that's a relatively small tournament. We know it'll never get bigger than that. We don't want it to because that's what that tournament is. It's meant to be a grassroots small tournament. But she still does. She does custom awards for that. And yeah, we do cash payouts, but we don't do cash payouts because that's the only way to get pros into our tournament. We do cash payouts because we want to give back to the people that are putting in all the damn work and trying to better themselves.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the way to do it.
And like I was saying, every promotion is at a different place in their journey as a promoter. Like 98, we're fairly new. So, and because we're growing so fast, like pretty much every tournament pays for the next one, like trophies for the next one and so forth. Like we're not quite at a place where we just have money laying around to do cash payouts. We're trying to get to that point. We're just not there yet.
Yeah, but look at how awesome your awards are. Like, and you know what? You are proof. Your tournament is proof that cash payouts are not king. And now again, would it be nice? Would it be a more of a draw? Sure. Yeah. But it's not. I mean, look at you right now. You have one of, if not the largest tournament in America. Okay, and you do that sheerly off of the originality of your promoting and the fact that you deliver a good customer service and a good product for your customers. See, people don't think of this as a business, and it drives me nuts because this is a business. Promotion is a business, and it's a lot of work. Anybody who's ever promoted knows it's a lot of work. Treat it as a business. Your customers.
And I think like the guys that throw like one tournament a year or something, absolutely they could do cash payouts because they're not trying to build it up with a lot of events and stuff. Like one tournament, if you do full payout for pro, and then you're still getting some money from amateurs and all that, which is enough to pay all your employees. Like, sure, you could do cash payouts, but Winter Blast is tough because people try to do the math and go, 500 entries times 40. And I'm like, yeah, but like this year, for instance, 30 people pulled free that did the super matches and pulled multiple classes. All the refs pulled for free and pulled multiple classes. So that math never really is quite
not only that, nobody ever knows
Ryan,
ever knows
you're paying for the venue too, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Nobody
ever
knows that.
Some of our tournaments we get the venue for free.
Yeah.
Winter Blast is big, and we've moved around a few times, so we haven't found a place where we could build a relationship with them and then start to negotiate the cost down.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Nobody sits there and puts the time into understanding all of the costs that go into it, right? Like tomorrow, there's a friend of mine, my team captain. He's putting on a tournament through Body Armor State Games, right?
Yeah.
We talked to him tonight, and I'm not going to go into specifics because I'm not going to do that to him. But he ain't making a dime, and I'm not going to go into anything further than that. But he's not making a dime, and to me, if it's not profitable, then it isn't worth doing. Right now, you could take that profit and pour it into your next tournament, or you could keep the lights on at your house, or whatever you have to do. That's fine. But the point is any business out there needs to be profitable. Now, you make your business profitable by always sinking whatever you do make, whatever little it is, into the next Winter Blast to make it even better than the one before. Kudos to you. Kudos to you for that. I've known you long enough that I know it's true. But the other thing is cash payouts for Winter Blast, I don't even know if that even makes sense because of the fact of how large it is and how many subcategories you have. I mean, you've got amateurs, novice, semi-pro, and pro, right? Yeah. And then not only that, you got all your weight classes, you got all those awards that you're making. That's more overhead because now
all the master classes.
You've got a whole nother subsect that most of us don't even think about, right? Actually, two, right? Because we're just amateur and pro. You're amateur, novice, or novice, amateur, semi-pro, pro. So you've got two extra frigging categories that you're putting a full amount of awards behind, a full amount of promotion behind. So again, you're spending more money than most of us. Why the hell should you have to spend more?
Yeah, he'd have to have somebody funding it. It wouldn't be through the tournament itself.
Yeah. And some people do, like TAL, for instance, sponsored towards the women's payouts. So we were able to do women's payouts, but we have to use that money specifically for what the sponsor sponsored for.
If you get a sponsor, if you get a sponsor for
specifically,
if you get a sponsor specifically for one thing, you damn well better use it for that, or you won't have that sponsor.
Yeah, and luckily we've had a few repeat sponsors for women's payout, so we've been pretty good every year. And then Sue always throws some money in on women's payouts. She's the one who started Winter Blast in the first place, like 20 years ago, and it grew, and then she stopped doing it for years, and now we brought it back. But she's a big advocate for women's arm wrestling, so she's. If she has a choice, she's going to do women's payouts before men's, just because
and that's cool. And she has the right to do that because it's her money. She has the right to do that because it's her money. You know what I mean?
To me, it's so interesting though with what we were talking about, Corey Miller's thing, and how there's 373 women basketball players just in high school level compared to about 10,000 male arm wrestlers, maybe like 4,000 to 5,000 that are active. Like, how the hell do you sell that to a sponsor? You know what I mean?
Well, it's the same, so the argument's been posed, oh, how come women don't receive exactly the same thing as the men? Well, it's that you apply that argument to women's soccer, women's basketball. It's because you don't represent the same as the men.
No, they simply do not draw the crowds.
I'm just talking about it and I'm not saying they don't work hard or anything like that. They all do work hard.
Yes.
It's just their presence isn't the same as the men. So the revenue that they're bringing into the event, the amount of people they're bringing to the event and the venue, it's not the same representation. So it really shouldn't be the same. Now, like Texas State has always paid out the exact same thing to the women as they do the men.
Yeah.
I've been told I'm freaking crazy for doing it. But as long as they can produce the same amount of people in the class that the men do, we'll just be completely honest with you. What I pay out at Texas State for the women's classes, they do not generate, they don't even pay for their own payouts throughout the whole year with entries.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's crazy. It's just,
and like you said, like some promoters that just want to throw one a year, they can do all the cash payouts they want because they don't have to worry about running a league. But when you're trying to do a league and every event, you're using whatever profit you got for the next event for trophies and you're expanding rapidly like we are, we just don't have the extra money. Everything we have goes right back into what we're doing. And then
there's some promoters that they do cheap medals, and they only do a couple tournaments a year, and they don't do cash payouts.
Right.
And they're hot shit apparently. So I don't understand how they do that, but yeah.
Fuck those guys.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, everybody here. The great thing about it is that I don't have a problem. Like me personally, I do not have a problem with a promoter, doing what they do, whatever it is they do, and then if they want to take whatever was left over as profit, I don't mind if a promoter makes profit. Right. I don't mind. I don't like Tim just said. I don't care if he's paying his light bills with arm wrestling.
Yeah,
right.
Because if he's putting on a decent promotion, then he's not making one. Let's just be real. He's not making a lot of money at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And two, if it's a decent promotion, then he is putting he or she is putting in a lot of work to that promotion throughout the year for that event, stuff like that. So, I mean, like TAL, for instance, at the end of the day, once I work the books out and everything like that, we throw 5 events a year. Once we do payouts and everything like that, the league walks away and starts fresh at the end of the year with about maybe 3 or 4 grand if we're lucky.
Yeah.
And now we're starting the next season where I can run basically my first event 100% paid for, and anything extra just pushes forward again, right?
Careful, buddy.
But
you're about to get all the arm wrestlers after you now, Billy, because of the fact that you actually made a pocket full of change on 5 events.
well, they can come pay my taxes too.
And
Nobody said, right? I can't stand it. The thing is that people will bitch about anything, right? And here's my thing.
Yeah.
If you nailed it, Billy, if you put on a quality show and you treat your customers right, because your customers are the pullers and the fans. If you treat your customers right and you put on a quality show, I don't give a shit if you're making 15 grand. I don't care. Because as long as your event, and if you do, please let me know how you're doing it. But but I'm just saying, if anybody does, please let me know. But the point is I don't care what you're making on it, because the bottom line is, if you're putting on a quality show and your customers are happy and your pullers are happy and your refs are happy, then guess what? It doesn't matter how much you make as long as you continue doing that.
Yeah, and Billy doesn't even work that hard.
No. I'm probably the laziest promoter in the sport right now.
You know what though? Like as promoters, like you see the promoters that work hard and the ones that don't, and it's very obvious,
Sure.
Even just in how much they post or stuff like that, like, I mean, there's some tournaments that are local to us that we don't even know they're happening till 2 weeks out, and we're like, where did this come from?
It's
and I'm like, how are these
very last minute?
Then they bitch about the poor turnout, and I'm like, you literally put your flyer out 2 weeks ago. Like, what did you think was going to happen?
Yeah. Or they bitch about the small turnout and blame it on us that we're telling people not to go there. No, we just didn't promote you this year because, you basically give us a hose and you don't promote your damn self.
Yeah.
I mean,
we had a
2 to 3 months is a perfect amount of time, probably.
Exactly.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You can over promote for sure.
Yes, you can over promote.
So what we do, because we have one in January, right? And what we do is we announce it in August, and then we just chill for a little while. Like we'll push it out for like a week, and then we chill for a little while. And in September, same thing. We'll push it out for like a week or 2 in September. But come October, you're getting hit with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, like you're getting hit with it.
Yeah.
But
you amp it up as it gets closer.
Exactly. I want I want to start getting you to think about it. Maybe you mark it on your calendar.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to beat the shit out of you about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. You put it out early so people are like, oh, let me put that on my calendar. And then you just keep reminding them a little bit now and then. And then when you get close, you force it down their throat.
And that's 100% what you have to do. But that's okay because look, people are people. And in this day and age, people have the attention spans of fleas. So
you put it out once, dude, and then some other tournament comes up.
Yeah.
That, you don't know. They could be like, oh, and forget about yours. I'm going to go to that one. So
squirrel.
It's all about timing and the way you do it. But, we set up the whole 98 network so everyone can use it. But I'm at the point now where if there's people out there just talking trash about 98 or like why should we let them promote their events in our network when they're out there telling people not to go to our stuff?
So look, I'm going to tell you this, and far be it for me to tell you how to run your company, your network, anything. You know me, I'm a franchise of you. Okay. So you're my boss, period. But my opinion is this. My opinion is we promote everyone.
Yeah.
If you do not return that, if it is not reciprocal, then we stop promoting you.
Yeah.
It's that simple, right? Now, obviously, people in the network, if they're not promoting, you know what I mean, then there needs to be an internal discussion about that. But anyone external of the network, look, we start off with 100% promotion for everybody because we do want to see the sport grow. Okay. Yeah. Every one of us have all had this conversation, as far as what I know, the 98 franchises, I've had many conversations with you. We all share the same passion of just seeing the sport grow. And that's everyone. People that we may not like, people that we may not like their promotions, whatever. We're still going to try to get the sport to grow, period. If they cannot return that favor, fuck them. That's it. Move on.
I mean, yeah, just look at what happened with East versus West. That's the biggest level, in our sport. And you can see how the division is really, really annoying, Like, you can kind of see, like just for instance, me and Tim, we have our beef and everything. And I can kind of feel now, like, how the pullers feel with that, just because it was on a grander scale, Like, it's not fun for arm wrestling, in general, to have these beefs or have people that just won't promote each other. I think we all need to be in some kind of unity, whether it's just to grow the sport, or just to have eyeballs on it,
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little annoyed. I'm super annoyed with the whole Greg Sharp thing, because he did the whole ban thing, and now I'm getting all kinds of reports that the ban has been lifted completely.
Yeah,
so now,
of course.
So now I'm like, you kind of ruined or tried to ruin our event, but now that it's affecting your event because people aren't going because they're banned, you lift the ban. So that
did he?
You're not
did
affected.
he?
Yeah, he had a conversation with Stephanie Spencer. Was like, "Can I go to your event?" And he was like, "Yeah, sure." And she came to Winter Blast. So to me, I'm like, that's even worse than just banning people in the first place. Now you kind of did the ban maliciously, and now that it's affecting you negatively, now there's no ban.
Yeah, just the sabotage.
Yeah, that's silly to me. That makes it worse. You shouldn't ban in the first place, but it makes it worse that you did it that way. Like,
and you lost some good whose matches did you lose for Arm Gods?
Corey West was pretty much the only one.
Corey West, okay, yeah.
So
so now Corey West lost that opportunity to make money from Arm Gods because he didn't want to get banned, and now there's no ban anyway.
And is he knocked out of EBW now? Or is he still? No, I don't know. He's not in the top 10 anymore, though. So he might not get invites.
No,
yeah.
He's not top 10 because obviously he got beat by.
He got beat by Devin.
So yes, he got beat by Devin. See, and that's the thing, right? I mean, that's the one thing that the East really does have a whole lot of advantage over us, is that really, if you look at the West, what is it? England, us, and Canada, right? I mean, that's basically it, right? So you've got at the most 3 world champions per weight class, whereas you've got 15, 20 over there, because you've got the world champion of Georgia, the world champion of Kazakhstan, the world champion of Russia, the world champion of, and it goes on and on and on, and they really do just have the numbers. So it's tough to put on, because like what I'm saying is Corey may not get a match anytime soon because of the fact that Devin is the king of North America. So you know what I mean? Like, why would anybody want second or third or whatever when you can have number one?
Yeah. And Greg Sharp, putting out all that money that he says is putting out and stuff, it's cool, but the general population isn't going to show up and win that money. It's the top guys. So how big of a segment, are you drawing?
What is it? It's $180,000 spread over 15 tournaments or whatever.
I don't know.
So what is that? What's the math on that?
Then he said they're going to be on ESPN, and then it just came out that it's like the Spanish version of ESPN.
Yeah, it's the like the 10th channel that they have. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like,
all right. Now hang on. Let's not get petty. Okay. They made it onto ESPN. That's it.
Yeah.
But I mean, we just had a conversation about him over dinner. There was about 5 pullers that wanted to go pull at his tournament, and we, as the senior staff, were like, not that we're going to tell you can't, but you probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
And they respect our words, and we said he's not the best promoter out there, and we left it at that.
My thing is not even about his promotion or the money or anything. It's you banned athletes. I can't support someone who literally banned athletes from something for no reason, for a silly reason.
We weren't
in a sport so small. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't be banning athletes.
You can't be. The only things that make sense is a tested organization that has millions of people watching it, that's where the WADA bans and everything like that makes sense. But otherwise, or unsportsmanlike conduct, sure, ban them. But whenever it's so small like this, and and you're doing all this crap or so early, this doesn't make sense.
I have a lot of respect for the promoters like Billy that worked with Greg and then decided not to because of the bans. That was a big decision to make, and did the right thing by the pullers, which that's how you can tell the promotions that are for the pullers are the ones that succeed, and the ones that aren't, they usually just fall by the wayside, and they're not around anymore.
Yeah. And then you get promotions that are for the pullers, but they're run by tyrants, and then those fall by the wayside too.
Yeah.
Like the whole WSA thing. Not only was I against it on the general level, but it really hit home. So, like, since the very first Locked and Loaded, TAL was involved in helping Greg run that in the Fort Worth area.
Yeah, that was the first event, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was one of them. There might have been one. There might have been one before that. I can't remember where we were on the list when it was Locked and Loaded. But yeah, we've been there since the beginning. And Sarah, she's my Central Region director, but she also runs my brackets at our tournaments. She was always there with me, helping running brackets, everything like that since day one. Well, when this came up, Sarah had already she had already been to Winter Blast before and was making plans to go back to Winter Blast.
Yeah.
So, like, in my mind, it's like, this is just a flat out can't happen. There's no way that she goes to Winter Blast, comes back to Texas, and then we do a WSA event in Dallas, and I have to tell her, basically my sidekick, my director, that's been there from the get-go, that you're not allowed to attend this event.
Yeah.
Or any other pullers that might have gone up there, like my own Texas pullers.
Right.
Like, I'm supposed to look at as a promotion, as TAL, I'm supposed to look at my Texas pullers and say, I can't allow you to attend this event because you did X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen. Now, like I said, I may have some fundamental differences. Like I've always said, I can't, on other levels, I can't say anything bad about Greg. Greg never did me wrong.
Yeah.
He always paid me what we said he was going to pay me. I've reffed his event. Everybody got paid. Like, I don't have anything wrong to say or anything like that, or even criticism on that front, So, like, it was simply this. It was just something I couldn't get on board with.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's all him who's made this decision in the past. I think he has people talking in his ear, trying to because he's trying to make it big with that organization. Obviously, he's doing the show, and he's trying to get on ESPN. He's trying to grow the sport, which is good, good intentions, but it seems like he's just mishandled it and had other people in it talking in his ear. That's my opinion.
I got off the podcast because I had to do some stuff when Ryan was hitting on this exact point. So I'm going to hit on it again because I don't know how long you talked on it. But, all right. So I'm just going to put this out there. East versus West, great thing. Right? Doing good things for the sport, in my opinion, in a particular manner. But in my opinion, is it growing the sport? I do not believe so. Like, not in the growth that we need. Right? Because I'm fully convinced that the growth of arm wrestling is based solely on the number of people we have arm wrestling.
Yeah.
If we were talking about it earlier, like if you ask Corey Miller, like I was talking to him the other day, at any given time we've got 3,000 to 4,000 arm wrestlers across the United States active. Right? That's out of 340 million people. Like, the gauge doesn't even move there.
Yeah.
We need that number to grow substantially. Like, we need to, like, there's no reason why we shouldn't be at a few 100,000 arm wrestlers.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And when we do that, then these things like I said, I think like things like the East versus West are like they're like in the future, right? They're the things that are going to be good, really good when our population of pullers, blows up the way it should be, the way we want it to. But I mean, it's just like at the end of the day, who we've got here on the podcast are what's actually growing arm wrestling.
That actually means a lot to me because man, we try.
Well, we're all trying, right? And it's not just. I'm not saying it's just us, but it's all promotions in a sense, right? It's you. Not everybody can go and compete at East versus West.
That's true.
But but you can go to Winter Blast. You can go to North Carolina. You can come to Texas. As a brand new puller, you can come into the sport through us.
Ryan's being held hostage.
So, I mean, it's a combination of everything. East versus West is doing great things, but
I look at it as, because I'm a salesman by trade, right? So I look at it as just sales, right? So
sure,
the more eyes we get the sport in front of, period. It doesn't matter for what, whether it be pay-per-view, whether it be strong men that are looking at it, whether it be the local high school, a local tournament, whatever. As long as we get, it's just more eyes looking on the sport. It converts a certain percentage into amateur pullers. Out of those amateur pullers, we're going to get a certain percentage that are going to stick with it for a year. Out of those, they may still, there's a certain percentage, and it just keeps dwindling down. But the point is it's still growing. I think the biggest thing is what you hit on. We need more of us grassroots promoters to put it in front of those eyes on a smaller, kind of local, more family oriented. And I don't mean, get rid of the music and the cursing or whatever. I'm not talking about that. I mean, family oriented, meaning, this is in my backyard, not, on a stage in Las Vegas. That's what I mean by that. You know what I mean? Like a hometown type deal. The more of us that can do that and do it well, I think arm wrestling will honestly take off exponentially at the 98 level, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Which will in turn grow the 2% level, because there's going to be a certain percentage of us that convert to 2%.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So there's going to be
something needs to feed it. Yeah.
There's, that's the thing, right? We take amateurs and feed it into the pros. The pros feed into the elites. The elites feed into the world, the world elites, and it just keeps going and going and going. So I think you hit it on the head, man. We need more of us grassroots promoters that care about the community. I'm not talking about the ones that are just in it to vulture, or just in it to try to rule it all and be tyrants and all of that shit. Like, I don't understand. It's the same thing. I'm not going to get into politics, but it's the same damn thing that I see all the time in politics, where a unifying message can somehow be completely fucking hated. And it makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. When 98 comes out and tries to unify, or anybody,
AUA, for example.
AUA tries to unify. It gets met with nothing but fucking resistance, and it makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. How could?
But other people that have tried it and failed are the biggest haters of it, and it's like, why?
Yeah.
Because your idea failed.
Yeah.
Fucking A, dude.
Also, nobody knew about the other ones too. They didn't make it public. Sean's also hated because he's anti-WAF though, and all these guys that have been in the WAF circle their entire lives, they're like, "Fuck Sean," "Fuck all these guys," So it's real hard to turn those guys around. But Sean's been the most fucking active dude in the U.S. putting on fucking tournaments. He's like he's out there. He's all over the U.S. doing the tournament, and he's got everybody's like all the local guys. They have his respect. They see what he does, everything, but it's just the chirping people,
Yeah.
David Flaherty just said the same thing. Pulling in the park party. Yeah, he's right. Like that type of stuff happens. Like the team that I belong to, they do stuff out in Wilmington all the time, where they just go out on a Friday night, they bring a table and set up on a street corner, and literally just arm wrestle. And then some of them,
Yeah.
if they bring one of the top guys out there, they'll be like, hey, beat our pro, you win $100. You know what I mean? So it's that type of stuff. I mean, what Kevin Palco had going, Schoolboy, even Devin for a little while.
A lot of eyes on the sport.
Yeah, it gets eyes. Yeah.
Even like the Whisperer, all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
the Whisperer. I was looking for his name. The Whisperer. What was the other one? Alan Fisher. He was doing it. Beat my grandpa. So I mean, all of that stuff is really, really, really good. See, and that's the one thing that I'm really sad to see somebody like Larry Wheels go, and just leave the sport because
they mismanaged how they dealt with him and just
absolutely.
Whenever I talked to Larry before he quit, he said, "Oh, I only care about bodybuilding. I don't even train for arm wrestling anymore." And this was probably 6 months before he quit.
Yeah, because they let everybody hammer on him and make videos.
They threw him in with the Wolves. He didn't pull tournaments first. He pulled super matches, which is just totally really bad.
$20 super chat from White Wolf says, "Dude, let's get a T-shirt that says I'm an arm wrestler. Please feel sorry for me because I'm a fucking pussy. Can't believe I'm giving you $20, you fucker. But I feel sorry for you and your guests. Arm fucking gods, motherfuckers." All
right, White Wolf.
Thank you, White Wolf.
I don't know. Did you get into some catnip tonight or what, buddy? But
he's up in arms tonight.
Right? Yeah, I don't know.
Hitting those wine bottles.
I see. I'm not complaining.
Thank you, White Wolf.
I think that arm wrestling right now is in a better spot than it ever has been. But we're basically what we're doing is holding an open town forum on we got 4 businessmen here that are looking to grow the sport, and we're just bouncing ideas off of each other on how to do it.
We get more hate than most people.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, not Billy, but
everybody loves Billy.
Hey, I get my fair share, man.
I'm here too.
Hey, we have a businesswoman.
Oh, there we go. Hey,
Ryan, check your messenger, dude.
Check your messenger. You can't,
sorry, hold on.
listen, you can't say anything about it. That's got to be private right now.
Well, here's the thing, though. It's okay, this is I think because the community in essence is so small comparatively, and we're not seeing the growth in arm wrestlers like we should. We're seeing an actual growth in more and more promotions. Typically one would say, all right, hey, the more the merrier. But what we're running into is a complete oversaturation of tournaments.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, true. That's true.
We have to be very careful. And look, if the population could sustain it, cool. But right now we're at a, you can see it across the whole U.S. We're at a point where every random person wants a tournament in their backyard. And it's causing some of the regular tournaments, so the airs data, because they pretty much got almost all promotions with the exception of a few feeding into airs. So when Corey and Frank crunch the numbers, they can clearly see that some of the bigger tournaments are kind of consistently staying fairly big, but the middle range tournaments are losing, as the smaller tournaments continue to pop up.
Yeah, that's what I've been seeing this year too. A lot of our local small tournaments just gone way down within the last 2 years for sure. And then the big ones in Arizona State and the bigger ones in California and wherever else.
Well, clearly,
Arizona
State was 285.
Yeah, it's still smaller than it was. Yeah, exactly. Everything's coming on decline a little bit.
Yeah.
Holy crap! Us in North Carolina are doing close to those numbers with our little rinky-dink tournaments.
Yeah. But this is kind of where the community has to decide what they want, because part of this the topic of this podcast was, why aren't promoters paying out more? Why, as tournaments decline, where do you expect these things to come from?
Yeah, no, and that's the thing, right? So as a perfect example, what we do in Camel City, again, really small tournament. So I'm not trying to say that we're some sort of big deal or anything like that, but really small tournament. But what we do is it's a percentage based. So the more people that are there per class, the more the payout is. See, for us, that does 2 things. One, it promotes more people showing up, because if you want a bigger payday, you're going to help us promote the tournament. 2, we never promise money that's not there. It's 100% always there.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Oh yeah. If I don't have it in my hand, I'm not saying shit.
Right, but there's too many promotions out there that are doing that. Hell, we just
and
found
then
out
they get screwed.
we just found out King of the Table was doing it, for God's sake. Okay, so I mean, you had one of the biggest promotions on the planet promising people money that they didn't have.
Yeah.
So no, I will never ever, and I'm on air. I will say it to anybody: never promise money that's not there. So like when I tell you that we're starting up this North Carolina State Championship next year. And I tell you there's going to be cash payouts. There is going to be cash payouts. And I know that without getting a sponsor. The reason why I know that is because if I have to, as a worst case scenario, I will run it just like Camel City. And it will be a percentage based on who's there. So I know there's going to be cash payouts, but I'm not going to put a number on that until I have the money sitting in my account that I can put the number on it.
What's crazy though is I think there's a lot of people that do not or they don't want to be competitive arm wrestlers. What I've seen personally. So my girlfriend, she's a professional dodgeball player, and she flies all over the US. All of her friends, all of the local friends, everybody, they all fly to these different tournaments all over the US. Guess how much the tournaments pay? $100.
Zero.
Yeah.
$100 if you win.
If you
win,
win,
$1,000 for your team, but $100 each. Yeah, but they're going out, they're spending money flying because they love it, And this is probably, I'd say on the low end, it'd probably be 300 people. On the high end, it's like 2,000 people at these tournaments. And they're going all over the US for a $100 payday.
I was going to say one second. My wife wanted to interrupt here for a second.
So there's two things that are going on right now. One is, you're right that the turnout for tournaments and whatnot is pretty low. Getting people to fall in love with the sport. So as promoters, most people, when they hear arm wrestling, they're thinking bar rooms. They're thinking, burly men. Okay, that's the persona it gives off. So it's up to us to change that aspect of it. And honestly,
to be more welcoming, because I still think there is a place for small tournaments to be held in bars.
I do too, but you're right. But to be all to be inclusive, especially with kids and women and everything. Like anybody can put their freaking their arm on a table. Anybody can, and people need to know that. It's that needs to be known. Yeah, it's just not. It's not a barroom fight anymore. The other part of it is we're seeing a shift with the younger generations, which is they are more focused on the super matches. So as promoters, again, it's up to us.
We have to adapt and grow.
Well, yes, but we also have to teach them that both parts are intricate. I can talk. In the arm wrestling community, because it's good to have super matches because you can train for that one specific person.
We had like 10, 15 guys not come to Winter Blast because they said they were sore from doing super matches at practice the week before.
Yeah, so that's just,
I was like, what?
to me, that's just nuts. Like if you're running a good crew, or a good team, and you are going to Winter Blast or another tournament or something like that, and you're peaking for it, what the hell are you doing running super matches a week before? Like whoever the team captain is failed. Like
that's a big thing too. Is people mismanage practices. They'll go too hard and stuff like that, and there still isn't like a sense of like training for competitions in general arm wrestling practices.
No, you're absolutely right, and it's going to take more people that are not quote unquote elites, because if you notice, the elites really don't talk about this type of stuff. They don't talk about how to prep for a tournament, how to prep for a super match. They talk about how much weight they're moving, how they're moving it, right? Like whether it be singles or 5x5s or 3x6s or whatever. But they don't sit there and say, well, okay, so when I peak, this is what I do. And when I'm getting ready for a tournament, this is how much rest I do. Devin's been pretty transparent with that type of stuff.
Well, Todd Hutchings has been now. He's coming out with some stuff now. You're
right. But see, not every. I tell you what, there isn't too many people that can train like Todd Hutchings. I mean, he's like, I stopped training the day I get on the plane. I'm like, wait, what? That's like 3 days before the event. I'm like, what are you doing? But yeah, I think it's going to take a lot more people kind of being forthcoming with. I hate to say it like this, but tips and tutorials on how to manage your team, how to manage your practices, how to manage your taper, how to manage your peaking, how to manage your water cuts, how to manage all of that. And the problem is it's going to take some very strong-minded individuals to do that, because as soon as, let's say me, right? I don't have a huge resume as far as a puller or anything like that, but I do have a lot of knowledge and passion for the sport. So somebody like me, who I know what I'm talking about, not to sound arrogant, but I haven't been able to put that resume on the table. If I start coming out with these type of tutorials, I'm going to get blasted from every fucking end, right?
Yeah.
Who are you? You don't know shit, blah, blah, blah. Even if the information is 100% correct, you don't know anything, blah, blah, blah.
What I've seen, though, is that attracts a general population. There's a guy in California that's doing videos like that, Matt Silva, and he's getting a good amount of people on his account from just the general population wanting to learn. So I think
they like seeing him in his underwear.
Yeah, and he's got his pecker hanging out too. But I think it's a pathway. It's something that it's
That's
a good
the
way
only
to bring
reason
in
I watch it.
population.
Yeah.
That are trying to teach.
We know.
I actually block out him training and just look at the
Yeah, I just realized how much of a sunglasses you need for the top of me right now. We rode the bike for 2.5 hours in 95-degree heat, so I got pretty well sunburned.
$5 super chat real quick from White Wolf. When Marcus Thompson's super chat stopped, the stupid bullshit channel dies, as it should, because it's fucking crap. So far, 98% is limping in. Thank you, White Wolf.
Wow, White Wolf is he chose violence tonight.
He's on something tonight.
Yeah, he chose violence, man.
But actually, this is what I was just going to bring up. Like Pro Panja League, dude, over there, millions of fucking followers.
Yeah,
you know, thousands of arm wrestlers. Sony as a fucking sponsor, like they're doing it right over there, dude.
Because they're
what? You got to shit in the street, you know, big deal.
The teams are sectioned off into the little towns. So all the teams are in different towns, and they all got their training together and stuff. It's pretty freaking like uniform, you know?
Yeah,
like they're very structured.
Even Canada's doing it better than us. Look at their finals, like 900 entries and 700 entries and whatnot.
Well, they've got it in high school.
The problem is that because look at what like Jason Constantini and you know the table monkeys are doing, right, with this new team league that they're doing. See, that's the type of thinking, but it takes a unified effort, right? And you're seeing it on both spectrums, because I was going to say, you know, the population, when it's that small, is easy to do. But if you look at India, it's got 1/3 the world's population, and they're doing it better than us, right? So, no, it's the fact that there's a unified push behind arm wrestling, okay? And that's the difference. So here, again, I think that we're kind of getting out over our skis on this, because the stuff that 98 is doing, AUA is doing, TAL is doing, you know, those are the things that we need. We need a unifying push to grow the sport and to kind of get unified rules, unified refs, unified everything, so that we can move forward as a unit. And whoever doesn't want to come along, cool for them. They could be the outliers. And we're not trying to take over arm wrestling, but in the same respect, the only way we're going to compete with even Canada, let alone India or Kazakhstan or you know, whoever, insert name here, that's doing it better than us, is if we start acting like we give a shit about arm wrestling.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yes.
Yeah. $2. Jesus, do these arrogant fuckers ever come up for air?
But here's one thing too, right? So you think about it, like all our pages, I'm sure every one of our pages gets spammed by, you know, these random videos with, you know, India and all this other arm wrestling in the streets. You know, we have to remember, and I think this is one thing that a lot of pullers, they like to exaggerate as if arm wrestling is just this crazy expensive thing to do. Arm wrestling is literally one of the cheapest sports to be involved in.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And
across every level.
The lowest impact. I'd say it's about as much impact as tennis is.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, because I mean, tennis can screw up your elbow just as fast as arm wrestling.
Yes,
but I'm not even talking about the physicality. I'm like the fact that you can just literally do it anywhere. You don't need any equipment, really. You know, look. like somebody was saying the other day, they had brought it up and they were talking about like arm wrestling entry fees back in the like the late 80s and stuff like that. They're almost exactly as the same thing as they are today. You know, 25 to 40, with the exception of a handful of tournaments that are 50.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's, you know, you buy one handle, it'll last you, it'll last you forever.
Yeah, you're right. Or you can make your own out of PVC
or you can
and karate belts. You know,
it's literally one of the cheapest sports. Like that, I would say that if you're traveling, that is about the most. But you're not doing it. It's like we had this conversation earlier. Arm wrestlers, that for them to expect some of the stuff that they're expecting, but they're not doing anything different than any other mainstream sport. People that are involved in jiu-jitsu or, you know, anything like league, softball or baseball or something like that, city league. All these people are doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're doing it. They're paying registration fees. They're buying uniforms. They're buying, you know, equipment, you know, every year over and over and over again. And
now that's honestly the next step. I'm not saying the next step. Maybe it's the next step after the next step after the next step. But we're going to get to a point where I could see it being organized enough where teams are going to start charging membership fees. And I mean, don't get me wrong, teams are going to have to be run much more professionally than they are now. Okay, but you're going to have entry fees for teams, and then before you know it, you have team competitions against one another, like that are done exactly like Constantini is trying to do with, you know, scorecards and rosters and all kinds of shit. And that's a huge thing, right? If we started actually looking at the shit that we all do as kids and that we all have our kids doing, t-ball and softball and baseball and football and all that, and how we, you know, we all have to pay fees for them and equipment and blah blah blah. If we all started doing that, you see it, believe it or not, it's funny, it's weird, it's an ironic thing. The more money that we'd have to spend in the sport, I think the more the goal.
It's an investment, right? You put your money into it, and you're gonna actually focus. You're gonna give it the attention, you know.
Yeah.
Right now, pulling in your backyard and showing up to a $25 tournament ain't gonna do much, you know.
Dude, my daughter's in dance class, and like parents were like donating money, fucking buying, you know, food and drinks to help support the whole dance thing, and the uniforms were $100 just to be in the fucking final show was like $50. Like, nobody has a problem paying that and supporting that.
Not even a little bit. But arm wrestling, oh no.
And it's like, no.
Arm wrestling,
well, that's like
I want something
the
back.
Spectator fee.
Yeah.
Real quick, we got a 50-pound super chat from Marcus. Arm Gods General, tell it like it is, how it is. Tune in tomorrow. Ultimate Arm Wrestler 2 p.m. UK on the app live. Also, tickets on sale for Valhalla 4, Bob Brown. Oh,
yeah, that one's gonna be good.
Pork chop.
Wait, Bob Brown versus
Wales, August 9th.
Nice.
That's a good match. Yeah, Marcus sent me the flyers for it. For some reason though, they wouldn't.
It's pretty stacked.
Hey, is Arm Gods cool. is Arm Gods returning messages? Because they haven't returned any of mine yet.
Oh, who'd you message?
I don't know. I was messaging some of Arm Gods people, and I haven't gotten any word back. I'm not going to put everybody on blast.
I don't know who runs the social media. Probably Paul Maiden or his sister. But Marcus always responds to me.
Okay,
and he's on WhatsApp and stuff.
I got you. Yeah, I don't use WhatsApp, so maybe that's it. But because I mean, you know us, man. We constantly talk to you. We're trying to do some very, very unique things, as one of the messages that you got tonight. And
that was
Holly runs it. Yeah.
So yeah.
And here, to stay on subject, I believe arm wrestling is a good avenue for retired, injured, all those athletes. So like former high school, college, even NFL or NBA, all those guys, they all have a place in arm wrestling. Whereas if they just wanted to stick with their sport that they have, they're gonna have to play in the minor leagues or just like the little pickup games, and they're not gonna feel the same kind of way as like the competition that you get with arm wrestling. Agreed.
And I think the weirdest part too is Well, I would just say, this is kind of off topic, but the weirdest thing about arm wrestling is you can have an amateur that just started 8 months ago, and you could take somebody that's been pulling for 4 or 5 years, and that amateur could dust them.
Oh yeah.
And
That's the best part about the sport.
I think it's fantastic because it always keeps you on your toes, especially when you start thinking you're hot shit. All of a sudden, somebody off the street basically kicks your ass.
You get like a Logan Bittinger who sneaks one in on Devin.
Yeah.
That's the ref's fault.
Hey, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Did he ref it?
I ref it. Yes, I ref it.
Yeah, Ted closed his eyes during that match.
No, you know what it was? And look, I'm going to be completely honest.
For his age.
So,
Hey, fellas, real quick, I gotta go to work. So
right,
I'll
Billy.
talk to y'all later.
See you, Billy.
Take it easy, boss. Hey,
Thanks,
if
Billy.
anybody's ever down refed, is that pad really the one that I'm watching?
Right.
Just
You
saying.
gotta watch the elbows.
Yeah, but not on that pad because of the angle.
I mean, dude, let's be honest though. That pin happened so fast.
Oh, it
The
did.
average human eyeball can't even fucking.
Yeah.
Not only that,
That's
my
just
head
for that-
was still
for your
my head
brain
was still
fucking-
coming down. My head
Yeah.
was still coming down from the ready go. It happened so damn fast. And then, of course, people are playing it slow motion. Oh, I could see it perfectly in real time. Yeah, I'm sure you can because you're Superman. Next time you're reffing, let me know. I'll make sure to call all of your mistakes.
Yeah,
No
sure.
problem.
You can catch all the elbow fouls when you're rewatching it in a fucking live.
Yeah.
feed.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So look, Devin was the bottom line for me was Devin was okay with it, and the other ref agreed. So that's all I give a shit.
I mean,
about.
the first one, Devin reached in and was like, "Oh, you almost got me, you little fucker."
Yeah.
Like he thought it was funny. So
Yeah. And then the second one, I mean, when he actually got pinned, he looked at the guy and he goes, "You're the man. You're the man." And he told Logan, he goes, "You did a great job." But I mean, nobody's under the assumption that Logan can actually beat him.
Bless you.
Thank you. Nobody's under that assumption, in like a super match or something like that, where Devin even said it. He pulled for 4 fucking hours the night before. 4 hours. I was there. I watched him do it.
right. Hold on, I got to play this video for Marcus real quick that he sent me. Check it out. Dude, these are like movies, for Christ's sake.
Absolutely. I mean, there's only a couple of things. Devin should have been barefoot,
Exactly.
and Vitaly should have been taller. But other than that, Peter's going to have a heart attack.
Dude,
I mean,
I mean, the level of AI that Marcus does, dude, is insane.
Yeah, no, that's insane.
That's like a small feature fucking film right there.
Yeah, I don't know how you prompt. That's like 10 pages of prompt.
Yeah. $5 super chat. 98 North Carolina, hit me up at ssharbor.yahoo blah blah blah.com. I'll get you in contact with whoever you need at Arm Gods, mate. Ow.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. I'll have to replay this for the because I'm not even home, so I'll have to replay it for the email address. But thank you. I appreciate you, man.
But yeah, dude, I mean, I know how Mark, I talk to Marcus a lot, so like he puts that shit through like fucking 20 apps to get that effect at the end, and I'm like, man,
no, he did
that's hard work.
Killer job. That thing was killer.
That's hours of work right there.
I think I still like the Tim one better though.
Yeah.
The PETA's gonna have a heart attack. I mean, with killing the deer, with the salmon. I mean, the wrestling the polar bear and then killing him. PETA's gonna have an absolute heart attack with that video.
Yeah.
He's a Russian. He gets a pass. He's Russian. If it was Devin,
I like that. David Flaherty actually came up with that. That was good. Vitaly wrestles a bear. Devin catches a fish. Not a fair fight.
Yeah.
It's true.
Just eating the fucking thing. Jesus.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Devin's looking crazy right now.
Oh,
in his last couple of videos, he's losing his marbles, I think.
No, I think he's genuinely pissed. Number one, about the Kadecha fight.
Yeah,
I really do. I think he's genuinely pissed. He's pissed off at himself. And then as far as Vitaly, I don't know if because I watched his he had a members only thing today too, and I watched that, and he seemed pretty chill there. He's pretty calm and relaxed. But you could tell it's kind of irking him, like all the lies in the community about him owning this and owning that. And, it's always him that's controlling everything. And he's like, these narratives haven't stopped for 15 years. When are they going to get tired of this shit? So, because they said the same thing in WAL too. Yeah. He didn't have any control there either,
Yeah.
White Wolf $5 super chat said something in rip and grip, maybe. AKA Strip and Sip stole this video from Arm Gods and is illegally showing it on their bullshit channel. Fuck those motherfuckers.
Jesus.
Well, I think Vitaly reposted the video too.
Yeah, Vitaly did. He only posted the last half.
Yeah.
I mean, that does suck when someone steals your content,
Yeah, it does.
Like
everybody needs to be doing a watermark. Everyone.
Yeah.
Especially because there's so much stealing in arm wrestling. So much.
Well, we do a semen mark.
Yeah, even better. Yeah. Just a nice cum stain all over it.
Yeah. That way, people know that belongs to 98.
Yeah, that belongs to Ryan for sure.
And this is why arm wrestling will never grow.
Yes.
No, you know what? Men have to be men too. It's just.
Yeah.
You know how I feel about that, man. We can't be pussifying. There's enough pussifying out there. We can't be pussifying this sport.
Dude, you know what irritated me this week was, or actually over the last 2 weeks, and I tried to be nice at first, but Scott Wynn like attacking 98 constantly. And the other night I finally was just like, screw this guy. And I started talking trash back to him a little bit. But I was like, dude, why all the sudden hate out of nowhere for 98 and AUA? And apparently he thinks that his idea that he tried to do years ago with uniting everybody that failed, that we stole the idea from him. And I'm like, dude, if you actually took the time to look into what 98's doing, what AUA is doing, it has nothing to do with your idea of charging dues to everybody and having some big thing like that. Like, why don't you do a little homework before you start bashing people?
Because it's too easy. It's too easy to just say fuck
Crazy.
You instead of,
Well, yeah.
I mean, I had something on a much smaller scale this week.
I don't even have a problem with him. It's just that he has a problem with us all of a sudden. Like I've never had any ill will towards the guy, but it is what it is. Anyway, you were saying, Ted?
Yeah, no, I had something on a much smaller scale. He's up by you, as a matter of fact. He lives up in PA. I don't remember his name, but man, I'll tell you what, when you talk about when you talk about a rage monster, boy.
Who is it? I want to know.
I don't remember his name.
Was it that Josh guy?
Yes.
That you posted?
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Gosh.
Yeah, he's going crazy.
Dude, holy shit. And I mean, nuts, dude. So he made a couple of comments about Devin, and I was just like, I said something like, because he said, the man puts his wife and kids into the spotlight, and then he gets pissed when people talk about his wife and kids. I said, that's because as a man, you're supposed to know not to fucking talk about another man's wife and kids.
Right.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they're in the spotlight because they support their husband, and father, yada, yada, yada. Like, you as a man should know better than to talk about.
Which Josh was it? Do you know?
She'll message you. I don't want to put the guy on blast.
Yeah. No, I won't. I just want to, for my own purposes.
But
I want to be able to say "fuck that guy" in my head.
He's like this big, but anyway. So like the thing is, I mean, he flipped in the comment section, and then I'm going back and forth with him, and then he out of nowhere he goes. Somebody else had commented, did he delete his comments talking about me? And you know how Facebook is. If there's like a whole bunch of comments, it just goes to most relevant, and then you have to hit.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
So he fucking went crazy. Then he starts hitting me up privately. Oh, you're a pussy, and you deleted all your comments. I'm like, whoa, who the fuck? Like, so I had to find out who the hell he was. I saw that you were a friend, I think, and somebody else, and Bellinger was, and all this. So I'm like, all right. Did you delete? So, yeah, I deleted my post. Yeah. Oh. So then I went into his profile for a second because I wanted to see who the guy was. And he had this whole long thing about being a Christian and he surrenders himself to God and all. And I was like, okay. So you're supposed to be a Christian and you're doing this. So I highlighted it, put it in the private message to him. And he's like, now you're stalking my page. What are you, some kind of gay fucking blah, blah, blah? Yeah, and I'm like, holy shit, bro. And it was all over the fact that after he flipped out the first 2 times, I said, hey, man, up the dosage. Like, whatever it is.
Yeah, dude, let me know which guy it is. I want to know who the hell was like that.
Well, Christina's finding it for you. But
no rush.
So then he says, oh, what are you talking about? My steroids because of my appearance? And I'm like, I don't give a fuck who does steroids. I had nothing to do with steroids. I was talking about the obvious medication that you stopped taking to keep you on an even keel. That medication. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. Dude, so I got a weird message, which is what prompted some of the topics tonight about cash payouts and this and that, was Adam Wierzinski hit me up and he said, I'm just curious, how much revenue has 98 given back to athletes in the past 3 years?
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that depends on what you count as revenue, because we've only been around 4 years. So I'm like, we're growing. Everything has gone back to the community in some way or another, or growing our promotion bigger so that we can throw more events and Winter Blast and this and that. So revenue isn't always monetary. You know what I mean?
You also give.
I don't know what he meant by that question. Like if it was like a dig at us for not doing cash payouts, but he throws one event a year. Sure, you can do cash payouts.
Yes,
of course you can do cash payouts when you do one thing a year.
I believe he does. And look, Adam is a good dude. I will speak to that. He is.
Right.
I think that the problem is there is a culture, especially around South Carolina in certain clips, that everything revolves around them. And I think that just kind of infiltrates even good people. And it's because, you're right. And I'll tell you this, the revenue that you provide even goes further than what you just said. The revenue is this. You give everybody in the Northeast and from around the country, but mostly the Northeast, a place to arm wrestle once a year that is bigger and badder than just about any other tournament out there. That is revenue. That is revenue that you're giving back to the community. Okay. It is a well-run event from all accounts. It is a professionally run event from all accounts. It has professional custom fucking awards. You know what I mean? Like, that is all good things. So
Yeah, I just think
Yeah,
there's
man.
some guys that don't view that as revenue for the pullers.
That's
me,
on them.
We're putting a lot of money into their experience at our events. Like, we want people to leave our event going, dude, that was so fun, or that was the best tournament, or
Exactly.
I think that's the goal of promoters that care about the sport.
100%.
You want
100%.
people to go and go, I'm going back next year. That was so much fun. That's what
when I
focus
have people when I have people leave Camel City and tell me that was the smoothest event they've ever been to, or that was the best event, or now we've kind of got the reputation in North Carolina again. Thankfully, I'm not sitting there being arrogant about it. It's just what we've been told. We've got the reputation of having the best tournament in North Carolina. That warms the heart, man. That makes us do it all over again. That makes us go through the headaches and the bullshit.
What promoter is throwing an event going, I'm going to do cash payouts, but it's going to be the shittiest fucking thing out there in the shittiest dive bar? Like, no one's thinking that way.
And if they are,
everything else has to be free. Yeah, if you want the glorious cash payouts,
It's just, look, if I would receive comments like that, I would just turn around and go, "You're doing your thing, we're doing ours.
Yeah,
congratulations on a successful event. Move on."
Well, and it's not like we've never done cash payouts. We have, but here's what I find is no more people came than usual.
No, Adam just went to Tim's Arizona State. There's no cash payouts there. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
He got his flight and his hotel paid for by Timmy, but that was somebody else's money. And I don't know what he's going to that tournament, blowing that shit up, but it's the same deal.
Yeah.
Well, yours is bigger though, but yeah.
Interesting. But guys, I'm going to have to leave you because the laptop is about ready to fail. So
all right, buddy.
Have a good night, everybody. And I got a big day ahead of me.
Yeah, get that name, Ted.
Take it easy, guys.
Hey, buddy.
All right. Bye.
So I just got a text from Robert Baxter.
Oh. Was he like, stop talking shit about us on your podcast?
Yeah, pretty much. No, he just talking about doing something in Arizona, possibly.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. I feel like it's a good spot.
With him at King of the Table 13 about stuff, and even recently just in messages, and he thinks what we're doing with 98 is amazing.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, that's great. And and there's a place for everyone. Like, we're not even anyone's competition because most promotions are focused on the top level pros.
Yeah.
We're not at all. So we're not anyone's competition whatsoever. We're just doing our own thing.
Yeah.
And we get hated on for it, which is hilarious.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot of jealousy. It's a lot, especially with the Scott thing. It's just jealousy. That's all it is.
Yeah.
You can see it right away.
Yeah, like I've never had a bad interaction with him, and even Greg Sharp, dude. He went on Matt Connolly's podcast and said that me and him had some hostility between us for years, and I'm like, one, I've only known you 1 year.
You weren't even arm wrestling for years. You've only been arm wrestling for like 3, right?
Well, then I went and looked back at the text, and like literally the Christmas that was 3 months before he did the bands, he was like, "Hey, Merry Christmas to you and your family," and I said the same. I'm like, where was the bad blood, dude? Like, and he was saying we should do something in 2025 together, and you guys should come on board with WSA. Like, the bad blood was that he got mad at an Arm Gods meme that wasn't.
Yeah, and it was Arm Gods. I don't know how you're hosting it, but it wasn't.
You know why he got mad? Because me and Jody went on the podcast like that next Friday, and we talked about the situation. We were just like, hey, he's banning Arm Gods and Winter Blast. Anybody that goes, we talked about it. But what really was messed up is that he banned Jody.
Yeah.
But
Jody was his number one supporter.
Too, and Paul Cruz pulled that Winter Blast.
Yeah.
And Paul Cruz is back on the show.
Yeah.
Jody's not. What did Jody do that was different?
Yeah.
It's like you can't treat people differently, dude. And when you're doing these bans and this and that, like WAF, for instance, they ban one person, but then this dude's my friend, he's not banned.
Did you see those posts a couple of weeks ago where some guy that wasn't actually banned, he was supposed to, they were trying to hustle money out of him.
Oh yeah, $180. And I'll reinstate you with a letter. And
yeah.
And it was a woman, and she wrote, he goes, I'll send you the money when I get home. Why do you have the money at home? Like, shouldn't that have gone to WAF?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck, dude?
It's not
scamming people. Like,
yeah.
the
It's
way
very,
he worded
very
it was
sketchy.
like he had the money and he'll send it when he gets home. And I'm like, so if you still have the money, you didn't even send it to WAF or Reinstater.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not even on the banned list.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so, dude. And then at Simon's finals here up north, he said, I'm going to use all fucking certified refs. And some of them were refs that won at Worlds for IFA. So technically they should have been banned. And then one kid he did a drug test on, and the kid was dehydrated, 154 kid. And he just goes, the kid couldn't piss because he was dehydrated from cutting weight and doing a water cut. So he goes, just fill the cup with water. I'll take care of it.
Oh, my God.
And I'm like, dude, this guy is corrupt as fuck, dude. And that's why I don't like WAF. I don't like WAF in America. I think WAF in the other countries, they're doing
fine. They're doing good. Yes. They're the only thing. They're the only thing really in most of those countries. They're the biggest, you know.
Yeah.
But here we don't have representation for WAF here at all.
Yeah.
We don't. It's barely. You don't even know about any of the competitions. At least for re-representing, you know, the Southwest and over here. Yeah, we don't know anything about what's going on with WAF. We never do. Nobody's over here besides probably Timmy, but Timmy's, you know, it's
you know, and then the hate that we're getting with this Arizona stuff from like Tim Talmadge telling people not to go to our event there. What the fuck, dude? Like, calm the fuck down. We even had him on the podcast and said, we'll promote your event. Will you promote ours? And he just had a blank stare and didn't answer.
No, he said, I won't promote anything that Aaron's involved with. That's what he said.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay.
But we all said we would promote his stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Arizona's like anywhere else. Like, you know, we got guys here that, you know, like James Reed that fucks around with 98 all the time. And, you know, that's another thing, dude. Like, those guys talk shit on Winter Blast constantly, all of that crew. And then I'm watching Keystones going, they didn't even rent the tent they usually rent. They just got a bunch of 10 by 10 fucking tents. It was raining.
It looked very uncomfortable. Yeah.
All the tables were different brands and looked like they were the shitty practice tables. The reffing was horrendous. And I'm just like, these are the guys that say that, you know, fuck 98, Winter Blast sucks, all their events suck. And I'm like, dude, our smallest event is fucking better ran and more quality than their biggest event of the year.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's so annoying to me. You know, fuck those guys. That's what I say. You know, the thing is if I try to be very tolerant and ignore stuff like that and ignore like Scott Wynn, I was ignoring him for 2 weeks and he just kept poking at 98. And finally I was just like, fuck you, buddy, dude. He
thought you were the guy who made that AUA. No, it wasn't AU, whatever the.
It wasn't even me. I'm just
NWAAFW something.
Yeah. Dude, it's crazy, man. I just fucking was like, and even the whole concept of AWA has nothing. It's nothing like what Scott was trying to do.
Yeah.
Nothing. Like, that's why I said, do your homework a little before you start bashing people and check what it's about before you're saying, you guys stole that from me. It's not even the same. Like, he wanted to do you know, like a dues that were pullers that were in it, and promoters pay a dues, and then that money goes towards like a thing at the end of the year. AUA is not charging a dues or doing anything like that. It's just a stamp of approval that says this tournament is going to have certified refs and it's going to be a quality event. That's all it is.
That's all it is. Yep.
And then everyone under it, we might try to all combine and throw something cool at the end of the year, like a big championship tournament.
Yeah.
That's it. And 98 franchise situation, I don't even know if we can call it a franchise, but it's like we're just networking and growing our brand across the country with people that are like-minded with us. And still, there's no weird dues, or it's nothing like what he did. And he's just assuming, or people are telling him, you know, originally he actually had it backwards and was like, accusing AUA of charging money to be part of it and all this. And I'm like, dude, you don't even know what you're talking about. Like, just take a seat, relax, you know. But it comes to, you go to his page and it's all, you know, Timmy Greg, and now I see why the fuck this is going down like this.
Yeah. Yeah, you can understand now. Yeah.
But Greg is a fucking weasel, dude. Like, he's one of those guys, I feel like he just throws shit at the wall in every direction and just hopes something will stick. You know, but then it never pans out to be exactly what he's trying to sell you on. You know?
Yeah. I know. I tried,
he's a bad guy.
whenever I first learned about his WSA, what he was trying to do with it, I thought it was a cool idea and everything. But the final outcome, I mean, nobody could record their matches. Like my buddy Big Mark in Texas, I wanted to watch his matches because he's a beast, and he should be on East versus West very soon. So I just wanted to watch his matches that he had. He pulled Corey West that first season. He pulled a bunch of really cool guys. I didn't get to watch that match for like 2 years.
Yeah.
And whenever it came out, it was Greg's voice over the entire thing, and I couldn't even pay attention to it, you know?
Dude, and then he released it and didn't release the women's stuff, so they were all mad.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he did a post saying, "Oh, no, we are going to release it. Where is it? How long does it take to release this shit, dude?" Yeah. And you look at the video quality, and with the amount of payouts you have, like, hey, keep $5,000 of your fucking 180,000 payouts and pay a real fucking video guy to video your shit instead of a selfie. You know?
Yeah, even like Utah Arm Wrestling, like all of his videos are quality, you know, and and he's just got GoPros, but some people just can't figure it out.
What you need, dude. Some of our cameras, like we got some 4K cameras from Amazon that were only like $150, and they're clear as fuck.
Yes,
and they're just fucking. They just plug into HDMI.
I need you to send me a link for those. I need those.
Yeah, I'll send you a link to them. But dude, they're cheap as fuck and they work great. And you know, you don't have to go crazy. And they're actually the ones that Robert Kelly used to use when he first started. And he was telling us, like, hey, this is what I use and it's fine. Yeah. So I don't know.
Start using too, and it makes it just having something by the table too to record. It makes everything so much nicer.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I got a call come in.
All right, buddy.
Okay, I'll text you later.
See ya.
Okay, bye.
I'm going to put the link out there one more time if anyone wants to join. If not, fuck everybody. And we're just going to end the podcast. But it's crazy to me that this sport is still having trouble with guys trying to ruin other people's fucking promotions. Like, we can all coexist. Like, 98's not doing the same shit as, you know, WSA or what the fuck is this string doing here? Oh my goodness, dude. I can't get rid of it. Yeah. Anyway, let's leave it there. Fuck it. You know, we're not doing the same thing as WSA. We're not doing the same thing as East versus West. We're not doing the same thing as Joe Blow down the fucking street. There's no reason to talk shit all the time. Like, I heard from like 8 people from Keystones, you know, James Reed's there trying to talk shit and tell him not to go to our stuff or to come work for him. Even our own guys, like, come work for me. Like, what the fuck are you trying to do, dude? Like, we don't talk shit about him at all and try to get his guys to work for us or tell people not to go to his events. Go to his events. Go support arm wrestling. Go get your points for airs and all this. But, you know, that fucker doesn't fucking turn them in half the time. So, you know, whatever. Yeah, exactly. Right? If we all pull together and up our abuse, we can destroy more. Exactly, dude. Fuck these guys. It's like it's always us against the world, dude. And same with like Arm Gods, and you know, I know Arizona is going through some shit too. Like, it's like the Tim Talmadges and the Greg Sharps and the fucking James Reeds of the world that just can't let shit go and got to hold a grudge and try to destroy everybody's good time. But we're not going to let them. We're just going to say, fuck that guy, and we're going to do our thing, and we're going to get out there. 98's growing. Arm Gods is growing. Fucking TAL's growing. Pro Gear's growing. All good guys. that we talk to on a regular basis, and working together, man. That's the best way to grow this sport and support each other is to network. Sean starting the AUA, that's fucking brilliant. Like, now we got a whole bunch of refs and leagues that are working together for a good cause in the right direction. Look, Candy Passmore's in the house, dude. She's from one of the royalty arm wrestling families, in the country, and part of 98. Paul Passmore, fucking part of 98. The whole family, 98 friendly. But anyway, our focus right now with 98 is just beating these people with success, like trying to be more successful, make sure our events are growing, all that stuff. White Wolf hates 98. We hate him. It's a fucking great relationship. Yes, we want people to know it's us. AG don't give a fuck. Did they tell you he had to refund some money on 2 people? Who did? No, I didn't hear anything about refunds. But looking at the clearly Keystones, like, they didn't put any fucking money into it, but they talk shit on us with Winter Blast. Like, I know Marcus threw a ton of money into the Independence Cup and bringing those guys over and paying everybody for Arm Gods at Winter Blast. And I know we put a lot of money into Winter Blast and the venue and this and that, and we didn't even make it all back, and neither did Marcus. But we got these assholes, that talk shit on us constantly. And I look at their events and I'm like, man, looks like it was one of the shittiest events ever. It's fucking raining on people. They didn't even get the big tent that they normally fucking get. It's like they went as cheap as possible and put no money into it, but then they talk shit on us, dude. It's crazy. Oh, it's Jesse. I was there. Oh, how was it? How was your experience at Keystones, dude? It looked like everybody got wet. Fuck, that's crazy to me. They can't even put a little money into getting a nice venue. They get that fucking field for free, and then they all talk shit on us. Chuck Bardo there watching the reffing. It was horrendous. Come on. Simon, the genius millionaire fucking arm wrestler. Like, come on. What is with these people? But anyway, now that I'm alone, I can talk all kinds of shit because, I don't want anyone that comes on our podcast to be dragged into me, little old me, talking all kinds of shit. It rained the whole time. Yeah, exactly, dude. Like, why can't Keystones, with the numbers they get like a nice little venue to do their shit in? It's crazy. But anyway, I just let them talk shit because we'll do our talking with our events. Winter Blast 2026 coming fast. We got the Domestic Disturbance coming up August 2nd. We got the Sean Latimer New Jersey State Championship coming up September 13th, I believe. Yeah. I love you, Ryan, if you're that needy. Yeah, thank you. That makes me feel way better. I think I prefer that you hate me. Candy coming off her foot surgery. Hope you're feeling better out there. But yeah, anyway. Greg Sharp. Fuck that guy. Hold on, I got some courtesy of someone out there. Boom. Fuck that guy. Oh, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. That guy's getting some negative attention. But my thing is this is, like Greg Sharp, for instance, this guy bans people from coming to Winter Blast by saying that if you pull at Winter Blast, you're banned from his promotion. And now he dropped the bans. Which to me is worse, because now when he realized that people weren't going to his events because they were banned, he drops it. So he purposely ruined our event, or tried to, by doing these bans. And then when it's affecting his own, all of a sudden the bans don't fucking matter. Shitbag, I also have a lot of respect for Bill Collins, but he was in the AUA on the board, and some topics came up, and we had 5 members specifically for voting. So a topic came up, we voted on it. It came between Sean Hancock's way of doing something and Bill's way of doing something. We voted on it. It went Sean's way. Bill quits. And like 5 minutes later, there's a freaking press release about him leaving AUA. And to me, that was unnecessary, because AUA wasn't even really advertised yet. No one really knew about it. And I think him posting that thing just was to give a negative look on AUA. And I think that was an asshole move, to be honest, Bill. If you're watching, or if anyone wants to run and tell you, I think that was a dick move doing that press release. And I think it was some serious fucking babyish behavior to quit because a vote didn't go your way, when you're one of the ones that said we should have a voting process in the first place. And the first time we get a vote that doesn't go your way and you quit like that, like, oh, this isn't going to work out. Well, dude, then why have a voting process at all? Why didn't we just do everything your way so that you're happy, or go start your own thing, Which I've heard that him and Tim Talmadge have been reaching out to people to start their own AUA version of something. So, hey, go open your own and see how it goes. I mean, the AUA already has most of the fucking country already signed up anyway. So good luck with that. Ryan, can I crawl to you to get help for the bullshit arm wrestling channel? Yeah, of course. Of course you can. But when no one's on here is when I like to blast people, because I don't want anybody to be on here that could get blamed for me talking all kinds of shit. But Greg Sharp, scumbag, fucking who comes up with a movie called Arm Break in arm wrestling when everybody in the world knows you don't fucking talk about arm breaks? Oh, I'm going to make a movie called Arm Breaker. What a genius. Holy shit, dude. Why don't you make a movie just called I Have Herpes and I'm an Asshole? That would get better traction than fucking Arm Breaker. Douchebag. But, Tim Talmadge, same thing. You want to go start fucking AU, whatever the fuck? Go ahead. Go ahead and do that. And you're going to look like an asshole because you were part of it and quit because you got fucking the wrong vote. Tim Talmadge hates AUA because he wanted to be on it. And we did a vote and voted him off because no one agreed with some of the stuff he's doing. And any of you that support Greg Sharp, you're someone who supports a guy that banned athletes. So, Adam Warzinski, for instance, you're fucking sitting there asking me how much money I've given to the sport. Well, what have you done for the sport? Because now you're all up WSA's ass, and that guy bans athletes. So how much are you for the sport if you're supporting a guy that banned actual arm wrestlers over a fucking cartoon meme? The fuck is that, dude? What a insecure asshole Greg Sharp is. So I don't care. I don't care what people think about what I say. Fuck them all. 98 is just going to continue to do what we're doing. You know, when I got in the arguments with Engen, everyone was messaging me saying, "Oh, you really fucked up. 98's gonna be destroyed now because you fucked with Engen." We're still here. Engen's the one who misinterpreted what 98 meant and thought that we were telling him that we represent 98% of the sport and he only represents 2%. Bullshit. It's quite the opposite. So, you know, all you haters, dude, we're fucking coming for you. We're gonna and not in a violent way. I'm just saying we're coming for you, and we're gonna fucking destroy you by making sure what we do is successful. And we're focused on what we're doing and not being crybabies like you trying to ruin your events. You know, Tim Talmadge running around telling people not to come to our Arizona event. That's some pussy shit right there. With your weird little curvy, weird mouth. Leave us alone, dude. Leave those Arizona boys alone. Let them throw their tournament. It's unnecessary what you're doing. Ridiculous. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Fuck it. If anybody wants to hop on, I'll leave it open for a few. But other than that, yeah, we're gently coming for them. We're very gently coming for you. But you know, I used to troll and get mad, and fucking people would like say something online, and I'd get back on there and be like, "Fuck you," and try to argue. But it's just not worth it because they're just trying to ruin. They're just mad because you're doing something that they're not, or something you're doing is successful, and they're getting mad about it. So now I'm just like, you know what? How do we combat someone like Greg Sharp? We just keep doing what we're doing and make sure 98's around and you know, continue to be successful. Same with Tim Talmadge. You want to tell everyone not to go to the Arizona event, and don't say you're not, because I've seen fucking texts and I've heard stories right from the horse's mouth of people you've told not to go support the Arizona event, or Ray Cody or Aaron Barden or these guys. Stop doing that, because no, we're not doing that to you. So just shut the fuck up and let people enjoy arm wrestling. Like, who are you to tell another man where to fucking go? You know what I mean? Fucking shut the fuck up. That's how I look at it. Just let people pull where they want to fucking pull. Stephanie Spencer is joining us. Stephanie.
Hey guys.
Am I correct that you are allowed to go to one of Greg Sharp's events coming up?
I'm not going.
But you were allowed to, am I correct?
Well,
you were told you could.
Yes, I can go.
Even though technically you should be banned, correct? Correct. Because you went to win.
Banned.
So you're one example, and that's all we need, of someone that Greg is not enforcing the ban on. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that to get you in trouble, because you're not doing anything wrong. He's telling you can go. So he unbanned you, basically.
Yes.
And I've heard that he's done that with other people too, because he doesn't want people to not go to his event. So all the people that were supposedly supposed to be banned from Winter Blast originally forever, and then he changed it to a year, and now it's not at all. So fuck that guy. You tried to ruin our event and you failed at it, and now that it's affecting your promotion, now the ban is gone. You're an asshole. That's how I look at it.
Well, I wanted to go just because I wanted to go because I love to pull, but I don't care about any of the drama.
Yeah. That wasn't a dig on you, but you know,
no.
I mean, fair is fair. You were banned because you came to Winter Blast, and now he's letting you go to his event, and the ban is gone, and it hasn't been a year. So
his ban did not stop me from going to Winter Blast.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So you came anyway.
Yep.
But coming to Winter Blast made you banned from his organization. And now he lifted the ban because he's not going to have as good a turnout if he holds on to that ban. So he tried to screw our event, and now that it's affecting his from doing that, He's
Yeah.
lifting the ban and allowing people to go to his event. To me, that's shitty. And I'm tired of these
Yeah.
guys never getting called out. Everyone's like, "Oh, Greg Sark's doing so much for the sport." Dude, you banned athletes. That is not ever good for the sport. It's too small of a sport to ban athletes. But anyway,
Yeah,
so what
that
do you
was
got
lame.
going on, dude? You got a super match? You got a super match coming up? Did they find you someone?
I have a super match. My super match is at Ray's event.
Mm-hmm.
With
with
I have
Ellen?
a super match at Ray's event with Sarah Ray.
Oh, that's right, with Sarah Ray. Yeah. I did the flyer for that. Duh. Are you still doing the one in New Jersey, or did they not find someone?
They didn't find anyone for a super match, and I'm out here trying to work my butt off doing DoorDash so I can get ahead and get a flight out there. I don't know. Maybe somebody can help me find a cheap flight. Or at first, Jimmy came out to visit, and I thought, oh, that's perfect. I'll have since Jimmy lives over there, maybe he can pick me up and give me a ride from the airport. We can hang out at the event, or maybe I can stay with someone and save money. But I'm not financially ready to go. But that doesn't mean that I haven't gone last minute and made enough money for something. I just don't have it yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And flights to the East Coast are more. But I do have a new car, so I could drive up to LA, leave my car at the park and ride, fly out for the weekend, come back. I mean, it's very possible. I don't know. Maybe I should call him and tell him that it's going to be too much for me to figure out. But
With the New Jersey one?
I might have a good weekend this weekend. I'm going to Garden Grove to do strict curl and power curls with Camille on the 4th of July. My daughter's going to. I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to be fun.
Oh, that's cool.
I hope I get 115.
Yeah.
Man, I've been trying I've been arm wrestling more, and I feel like I'm healing less. And I wonder if I should just kind of work on like one big tournament a month, and then like arm wrestling accessories, which I've added more in.
Yeah.
Because it's taken me longer to get back.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm like getting excited for a super match and want to train harder, and I feel like it's doing the opposite for me.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you forget about healing.
How often are you practicing arm wrestling, and how often are you training for it?
I do the gym workout for it once a week, and then also have a once a week for practice.
Oh, okay.
But that's more than before. I would do although I would go to the Arm Fest once a month because it was just so fun. And,
how often? I mean, are you getting rest in between? Because I know you also train for like the powerlifting and all that stuff. So, are you getting much rest or no?
I'm trying to get 2 days in a week of rest, but it's like rest with okay, that would be a day to do yoga or cardio on the rest day. And then if I practice on Saturday, then I have to do my Saturday workout on Sunday. So I really end up with 1 day of rest.
What's cardio? Never heard of it.
I know, it's like me sitting on the exercise bike pretending like I'm sweating, and then I get in the pool and do some laps.
Yeah. I mean, that's technically not resting,
Yeah, it's light. I'm trying to do like a light one, and man, I dropped a plate on my foot, and so I can't even go rock climbing, which is the funnest thing to challenge myself to on one of the off days, at least to climb one wall. But I can't even put my regular shoe on because my foot's all bruised and hurting.
How long do you rest before a super match or a tournament?
I never rest. I just do.
Duh. There's your problem. Oh, we lost her. Someone dashed her door. Anyway, you need to get some more rest.
I'm gonna.
I going to be in Arizona tomorrow? Right? No, I wish I was, but I will be there November 2nd for the tournament that Ray and Aaron are throwing November 2nd. So I will be there for that. And I'm going to bring some other 98 percenters from this end out there with me so that we can go visit and hang out. So that'll be cool. Looking forward to that. So anybody from Arizona that wants to come hang out, come to that event. November 2nd. Should be fun. Looks like a great venue. The trophies, the medals are awesome. They got cash payouts. So make sure you come check that out. Even if Tim and Greg and all those guys out there tell you not to go, you should still go and support. You know, don't let other men tell you where you can and can't go. Just because they don't like someone doesn't mean you have to do what they want you to do just based off them not liking them. Like, I'll like who I want. There's plenty of people that tell me not to deal with certain people, but if they haven't done anything to me, I'm still going to support everybody equally unless they personally do something crazy to me. So FTG to Stephanie Spencer for leaving. I'll be there tomorrow and in November. Sweet, man. And then I'll see you in November. Looking forward to it. Candy said she's hoping they can make it there. That'd be awesome. Maybe we can get a bunch of us out there to hang out. I know Mikey Oliva's doing brackets, so he'll be there. Billy Ortegas is coming out because he's head reffing. So there's going to be a lot of cool people there to meet and hang out with, and just because you don't like one of the promoters, like some people aren't going because they don't like Aaron. But if you like Ray or you like Billy Ortegas or you like Mikey Oliva or me or anybody else that's going to that event, who cares if one person involved you don't like? I mean, nobody would go to any events if we all based where we go off not liking one person at the event. There's probably one person at every event that you don't like. So it's just silly to me that all these guys are like, I can't go. I don't like Aaron Barden, or I don't like this guy. Like, just go and support, man. It's arm wrestling. We're just there to have fun and pull, hang out with the arm wrestling family, compete. It's supposed to be fun. These guys take the fun out of it by making it all political and, oh, you don't go there. Don't go to this. Don't talk to him. Do what you want. It's a free country. You are your own master. You don't have to follow these fucking assholes that think there's something. Just do what you want. If someone bans you, go anyway. Fuck it. Tell them to eat a dick. Anyway, I'll stop ranting about these assholes. I'm giving them too much attention. They don't even deserve this attention. But 98, we got some cool things coming out. We got two more franchises jumping on board soon. We got Canada. The guys from Through the Fingers podcast, they are going to be the Through the Fingers 98 crew for Canada. And then we got Nathan McAllen and his wife that are going to jump on for New Mexico as a franchise down there, which is awesome. So that'll bring us to 6 or 7 franchises. We got the Passmores down in Georgia. We got Ted and his wife down in North Carolina. We got Berger and Colby in as 98 Antietam, which is in Maryland. We got Ray Cody and Aaron Barden that are the guys out in Nevada, California, Arizona, and Utah, 98 Southwest. So we're spreading really quick. And then we got 98, HQ, us up here in PA, and we cover, PA, New Jersey. We do stuff. We've done stuff in Maryland. We do stuff in, all around up here. So anyway, we got some big things going on. We got our website that's coming out in a few weeks. That should be good. A lot of cool things. So a lot of things in the works. We're launching a women's league. We're putting a lot of time into that to make sure that's going to be done properly. We want to provide a tournament and a round robin and stuff like that for women where they can trust that they're not going to be screwed out of money, like what happened with the beast mode guys and all that unfortunate situation where some of the guys didn't, all the guys didn't get paid, or some of them, or whatever the hell happened. We want to do some stuff where people don't have to worry about that. And then we're launching our kids league, our youth league. We're working with the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, trying to get new people into the sport, which is our goal here at 98, to grow the sport. And that's basically it. I mean, if everybody did their part to grow the sport in their area of the country, we'd have way more arm wrestlers in the country and our sport would grow. But, you know, these guys that focus on the wrong things and tell people not to go to shit, that's what's ruining the sport. So fuck those guys. Keep doing good for the sport. Me, I am banned from. Am I really? Well, there's already a 98 there, so too late. But yeah, the franchise thing's going really good. And you know, when I laid it out, I didn't think anybody would really sign on to be a franchise. It's kind of like a joke thing at first. You know, a few people had asked me if we would ever franchise over the last couple of years, and I always said no. And then finally, the last one, I was like, hey, why not? Because I don't want to throw tournaments myself all over the country. I just don't have the time. But so we put it out there that we were franchise, and 4 people signed up in like the first 2 weeks to be a franchise, and it just blew up ever since. And so the whole goal of the franchise thing is to network. So now, like, you know, Ray Cody and Aaron Barden out there, you know, throwing this Arizona event. You know, we've had success here in the way we do things at 98 with Winter Blast and all our tournaments growing. You know, we have good connections for good trophies and medals. We have good connections to get venues and this and that. And so when you join us at 98, like, you have access to that. Like, you can use our medals guy, you can use our t-shirt guy to get better prices. And the more people that join our network, those prices come down. And, you know, we can start using money to do better things for the sport. You know, we're trying to open up a headquarters, and once we get the headquarters open, we're going to try to open one up at every single franchise, which would be like a training facility and an event space to throw arm wrestling tournaments. And when we're not using it for arm wrestling, we're going to use it for other things so that we can bring money into the sport from outside the sport. It's difficult to bring money into the sport from the sport because the money in the sport comes from pullers, and that's difficult to do. So to me, the best angle is to get money from an event space where you can bring money in from the food, the alcohol, and renting it out to other types of events in between the arm wrestling events. So, you know, you throw a concert in there, or a comedy club, or, you know, Jen's yoga class or something, and you're renting it out all season long. And then you throw your arm wrestling tournaments. Now you're bringing in money from outside the sport that you can use for the sport. And I think that's what we need to do, is find other sources of money to throw at the sport that doesn't come from the sport, so that you're not taking away from pullers or promotions. And I think that's the key, is we got to get money into this sport. And yeah, to me, the best path to do that is to get it from you know, other avenues like food, drinks, you know, people renting your space that have nothing to do with arm wrestling. So that's our goal. Like, that's our plan, our game plan, so people know. That's how we're planning to grow the sport, like focusing on the youth league, the women's league, because the women's side of the sport really needs attention. Every promoter should be doing as much as they can to grow the women's side of the sport, because it's so much smaller than the men's side of the sport. So, you know, let's all do our part, try to get women in, you know, do a practice outside of a gym, bring some of the ladies that arm wrestle there so that other ladies can see them arm wrestling. And, same thing for the men. Bring, arm wrestle, do a practice at a gym, do a practice at some sort of restaurant or bar or something where you can talk to people and recruit. It's all about recruiting. The sport's not going to grow from East versus West, because who watches East versus West? We do, the pullers. It's not fucking Joe Football down the street that's like, hey, let me check out East versus West arm wrestling. It's the fans of arm wrestling are also the pullers. So it's like, we have to find a way to get more pullers into the sport for it to grow. That's the only way. We need more athletes, more people competing, more people in the sport for it to grow. So everybody should be trying to grow the sport instead of trying to ruin it and ban people. Like, the sport's too small to tell people not to go to an event or you're banned. Like, let's just grow the sport. So hopefully expanding 98 across the country will also allow us to go to a sponsor and say, hey, we are now a national brand. And also, we have one of, if not the biggest tournament in the country. Maybe that will help us get some more sponsors and we can do more for the sport. But everything 98 does is 100% for the pullers and or the sport as a whole. Apparently we're the assholes of the sport, though. We get the most hate, probably because we just don't fall in line with all these guys that try to control everyone. But it is what it is. Ron, and many of us appreciate what you do. Anyone who grows arm wrestling and doesn't actively divide, etc., we need more. I agree, dude. Like I said, there's only, if there's only 3 to 4 or 5,000 arm wrestlers that are active in the United States, we're never going to fix the problem. We need that number to grow a lot more than it is for us to be able to make a real change in this sport. Oh, Candy said, I also like the idea of injured athletes. So that's another thing we're doing. Each franchise is kicking a percentage up to home base from each tournament. And we're starting a fund for anybody who gets an injury, like a severe injury, like say a broken arm in the 98, arm wrestling league. We're going to take some of that money, even if it's only a few $100, we got to use it wisely. And, we're going to send it to that person, maybe with some free shirts, free hat, maybe a handle, just to say, hey, we hope you're okay. Maybe this money can help you pay a bill or get some food or go towards, the injury or being comfortable, just to say thank you for being in our league and sorry that you got injured. We're trying to do something like that. That's just something nice for the community. And then, whatever's left over, we're going to use it wisely. We got old Dave Shell that keeps an eye on things. We got Sue, just to make sure, we got enough eyes on everything so that everyone's held accountable and no money's ever going missing or being used improperly. But we don't make enough money anyway to use them properly, because, we throw a tournament and we got, say, 1,000 or 2 left over. Like the trophies for our event August 2nd come out to over $1,700. So, but we're getting the 5-inch medals. They're huge for every single class, even like novice, amateur, like everybody gets a 5-inch medal. It's not just like pros get 5-inch and amateurs get 3-inch and then novice get 2-inch or nothing. We're trying to treat everybody kind of equal because of the 98 theme. And we want people to come out to our stuff and think that they got a cool medal that's bigger than most events and stuff like that. So we're trying to do some cool things, man. But for some reason we get this weird hate all the time. Pro Panja basically has one elite pullers out of their 1,000 of top pullers, and they have 10K times more reach. Yeah, and they're getting sponsors like Sony, stuff like that. I mean, that's awesome, dude. Like some of these bigger promotions that do like championships and worlds and regionals and whatever, they get money from sponsors. And then I look at their events and it's like they're in a bingo hall fucking just reading out names, and I'm like, they put zero money into the tournament. They're just doing minimal, like, ref, brackets person, couple tables, shitty venue, very boring, no music, nothing. It's not exciting. And then you wonder why we can't get people to watch it or come join it, because they're seeing people that are at the top of our sport throwing half-assed events that look like shit. And it's like, man, if those guys are getting $20,000 and they throw a shit tournament, I'm like, can you imagine what 98 would do with $20,000? We would throw the fucking biggest banger fucking tournament you've ever seen. Rondon, how about some medals 3D printed and just clad them for the non-top classes like amateur? I would be happy with a cheap cladded medal that is 3D printed base. Well, one year for the novice division, we made these 3D printed. They were like fucking. They were going to be like these nice skulls or whatever. And they complained about it, and we're like, "Oh, this is plastic." And I was like, "Dude, a 3D printed skull that big on, if you go to Amazon or eBay to buy it, was more expensive than the big nice medals we had." So I was like, "Oh, maybe since novice usually gets a smaller trophy or medal, let's do something cool." And they all bitched about it, and I was like, "Well, fuck you then. Now you get the cheap medal, and we use the skulls to give to like super match fucking people." And every time you try to do something cool, dude, people fucking cry about it. But yeah, 3D printed stuff I think is cool. What about a 3D printer Brzinc thumb? Hell yeah, dude, a big old thumb. The first time I met Brzinc, and I shook his hand, I said, "Wow, your thumb is bigger than my penis." And then all the guys I was with were like, "I can't believe you said that to John Brzinc the first time you meet him." But when I see him, I think he remembers that comment. I was like, yeah, he kind of chuckles when he sees me. But anyway, all these people that judge 98, we're not that bad, man. If you look into what we're doing, we always give away a free table at Winter Blast to someone that maybe can't afford one, or to a practice that's expanding and they can't afford to expand their practice. We always are involved in some sort of fundraisers. The first couple Winter Blasts, it was Phil Abundance, where we did food drives and got over like 500 pounds of food each time to give to families that have children that can't afford to feed them properly, or homeless people. We've done some fundraisers for cancer, things like that. So, we're always doing something good for the community, but we get hated on just because now and then we make a few memes or something, or troll the occasional person. Fuck those guys. If I'm actually taking the time to troll someone, first off, it's not really trolling, because I'll just come on the podcast and just say it. I'll just fucking say, "Hey, fuck you. That guy's an asshole." I don't need to make a fake account to tell you that. So, and I haven't been actively trolling for years. Like, everybody still holds a grudge against 98, thinking we were part of that troll army way back that was trolling like Paul Italia and others. we didn't fucking cause that. We had nothing to do with it, but people blamed us, and now it's like years later, and they're still thinking that we're out there doing that, but we're not. We're just focused on 98 and doing good things for the sport. So hopefully, eventually, people will back off and put a little effort into finding out what we do for the sport before trying to judge us and talk all this shit. Because I think at least in our area, like, so many people reach out to 98 asking where there's a practice, where they can go to their first tournament, and we help people almost every day do that. So who's bringing more people into the sport? Like these promotions that don't give a fuck about growing the sport, or like TAL, Pro Gear, 98. Some of these leagues that are just doing great things for the sport that kind of goes unnoticed. Does Ford need a 3D printed foot too? Yeah, dude, we could do Crazy Uncle Jim, Ford. We could do all these body parts. Get Bob Brown a new leg, a 3D printed leg. But anyway, to the haters, do better. Put your hate into something that deserves it, not a fucking arm wrestling promotion. Like, you shouldn't be sitting there at home at night thinking about how much you hate 98 or Ryan Grondin or fucking whoever. Just fucking help grow the sport, man. You don't have to help us grow the sport. You can grow the sport on your own. Just help grow the sport as a whole. It doesn't have to be with us. It doesn't have to be against us. Just grow the sport. We're all moving towards the same direction, and we all want to see this sport grow, and all we do is fight. It's unnecessary. And some of these guys make comments like, "Oh, Ryan will never work with me. Ryan won't fucking forgive me." Dude, I have no grudge against anyone. James Reed, you're telling all my guys that it's me that won't fucking make up. Well, dude, we tried making up, and the next day you were talking shit, and that was the one deal breaker, and you broke it. Not us, you. We have no problem fucking moving forward and not talking about it. You stop talking about us first. Take the step to stop running your mouth and telling people not to come to 98 tournaments. That's silly. And you think that they don't come tell us, but they do. Our own trophy guy said that he was told not to sell us trophies. Some of our sponsors were told not to come to Winter Blast. It's like, come on, dude. People can make up their own decision. They don't need you telling them what to do. That's silly. Just grow the fuck up and grow the sport. Focus on promoting your wife so that, we've had talks about how you said she doesn't have that much more time in the sport. Well, then focus on that. Don't focus on how you can fuck over 98 or me or whatever. Anyway, fuck all those guys. 98's coming for you. 98%. It's all Grondin's fault. Everything's always my fault, dude. It's crazy. Crazy. Anyway, I'm going to end the podcast. We've been on since 8:30. We've been on for 4 hours, over 4 hours. And it is now 1:45 here on the East Coast. So let's see. The comments I see that are just 100% toxic is what hurts sponsors from wanting to give arm wrestling money too. So many morons saying, he's the worst person ever. He's terrible. He needs to retire. Yeah, dude, I agree with that too. And, even in our side chat here, like, I know it's funny to be like, this podcast sucks or this person sucks or that. If a sponsor was watching and they see someone saying, this podcast sucks or it's boring or it's dumb or you guys are just talking about arm wrestling. Yeah, it's funny while we're on here, but you guys got to think, if a sponsor's watching, just happens to click the link to check out what we're doing, and they see all these people in the side chat saying, this is a stupid podcast, you guys suck, even though we know you're joking, they don't. We're like, man, I'm not going to sponsor these guys. You know? Yeah, non-construction. Exactly, dude. You know, that's why I'm hoping, like, being able to say now that, you know, now I can say, hey, 98 is a national, soon to be international brand, you know, hopefully. And then saying, on top of that, we have one of the biggest tournaments in the country. You know, maybe we can pitch that to bigger sponsors and get people to get into the sport, you know. But, you know, 98 podcast has always been kind of extreme because it started out as just a Zoom meeting. Good night, Candy. It started out as just a Zoom meeting and we weren't live and we weren't recording. It was just guys talking about arm wrestling from all over the country. And it was just a good time to talk to your buddies about the sport we love to play. And it was fun. So I don't even this isn't even really a podcast to me. It's still just like a hangout. People come on, talk, say whatever you want. We joke around, we tease each other. We say a couple fuck that guys, you know. To me, that's fun. And that's why we do it this way. That's why it's always a Friday Night Live FTG, where we just say what we want. You know, people might not like it. Hey, fix your camera and audio on this event, please. The rest was awesome. Perfect matches. That's good. Yeah, dude, the passive aggressive stuff is what's killing the sport. Like, we've had people comment on 98 page, like, oh, Winter Blast was awesome, but, and then they write something super negative. Or, hey, I love those awards, but, you know, next year you should make them 3 times as big. Like, people see that and it's negative and it just looks terrible. Not an exotic bullshit. You know, it looks bad for people that are not in the sport that might be interested to see that behavior. And then especially sponsors, man. It's hard to get a sponsor if people are writing all kinds of bullshit all the time. You know, even if it's just a friendly joke, it doesn't look that way to a sponsor. And, you know, people have made comments like 98's boring now and you guys are fucking uptight. Well, we have to be if we're going to grow. The only way to grow is for us to be sometimes politically correct as far as how we deal with other organizations. So we have to be more professional. We want 98 to be more professional because we want it to grow. And it's not going to grow if we're just like, fuck you and being assholes to everybody. You know, we have to have some allies in order for this to grow. And having like Sean Hancock, Billy Ortegas, Mikey Oliva, you know, people like that as really solid allies of 98 is what has helped us grow. I mean, Sue Fisher is a legend in the sport. She wouldn't work with me if I was what all these people say I am. You know, I worked my ass off for this fucking promotion. People don't see the perspective of others. If you had 50K to throw at an event, you go to their socials, YouTube vids, read comments, live streams. Yeah, exactly. But, you know, people don't see the behind the scenes thing. They're like, you know, the past month and a half, I've been having three meetings a week with the website people, trying to build our website and go over things. You know, I'm constantly going to venues to check them out, see them in person. I don't just go over, you know, pictures online. Like, I go to them, make sure they can hold the amount of people we need, that the quality of the event will be good there, like having a stage or proper lighting, stuff like that. We're constantly trying to get new equipment for live feeding so that we can have better quality live feeds. You know, there's a lot of stuff with promoting, but some promoters don't do all that. So, you know, like James tells people I don't do anything and that I'm the shittiest promoter. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not at my own event reffing. I'm not at my own event doing brackets, but I could, because I am a certified ref and I can use the Corey software. However, I hire people to do that stuff that are more passionate about it. There's guys that love reffing. There's guys that love doing brackets. So I let them do those things. It frees me up so I can focus. They're doing the day-to-day stuff, and I can focus on the future of 98, where we're going. I got to set up all these events in the future and stuff like that. I got to set up super matches sometimes. We're launching table trauma. That's got to go. So we don't have a whole lot of people that help with that stuff behind the scenes at 98. Like, we got a good crew that'll help set up at an event or tear down. But on the admin side of 98, we don't have a whole lot of people that help. So, we're doing all this stuff with just like one or two people doing all the work. Once you get all across the country, 98 set up, would you do a grand championship for 98% using them as qualifiers? Yeah, we would. We've talked about it. Maybe Winter Blast might turn into like our nationals for our league. Not, I don't want to use the word nationals because everybody freaks out, but with having all these franchises across the country now, that kind of makes 98 like a national type of event, because we're going to have people coming in from all these franchises to, hopefully come and compete at Winter Blast. So I foresee Winter Blast growing bigger, if anything, depending on the economy and things like that. But I think 98 will grow, especially having these franchises. Pro Pangea League. Let me see. Pro Pangea League first event, professional looking. Other events years later and still messing up. Big, it hurts. And 98 can eventually feed top pullers in East versus West 2. 98 as a feeder is good. Well, that's something I was talking about with Baxter and other people. Is 98 is completely set up to be a farm league for the big boys. There's plenty of arm wrestlers that fly under the radar that are in the 98 that could go on East versus West and do really well. And I don't know why these other leagues haven't decided to do that. Maybe they just don't know what 98's about yet. But I think the more we grow, like now we're starting to see 98 everywhere because we have these franchises all over the country and they're doing posts about their 98 events, and it's starting to grow really quickly, which is good. And I think our whole theme is good for the sport because we're just more catered to getting new people in the sport and treating those new people properly. And we're trying to create a ladder of direction where, you do a super match at one of our tournaments, you get an opportunity on table trauma. Now the next level could be maybe an Arm Gods thing, or maybe Mac, or maybe you get a super match at Winter Blast. So like all roads lead up. Some of these leagues you do a super match and then you're on another one of their cards and another one and another one, never leads to anything. We're trying to create a path up so that you're elevated. So like you might do a super match at one of our small tournaments and do well and win. Then we put you on table trauma where we're doing a specific live feed just for that. So you're basically getting a custom video of your match for free and a platform, and we're promoting the hell out of it. And then you win there, and then maybe you get a match on the big stage at Winter Blast the night before on an Arm Gods card or Mac, or even just Winter Blast. And it's all live fed, so you can kind of track your journey in arm wrestling. Like, oh, I started out just doing super matches at tournaments, and then I won at table trauma. Then all of a sudden I got an opportunity at Arm Gods, and then I got a match at Winter Blast, and I was on the big stage. And that's and then maybe East versus West or some of these big leagues start to notice you, and you get an opportunity there. So it's all to help people that are into super matches get to that point. So that, that's what we're trying to do. So we'll see how things go. Big Rig Eric says FTG. Appreciate that. But anyway, we got a lot of things we're doing. We're stressed really thin right now, but it is what it is. we're getting the work done, and 98's growing. So all those haters, FTG to you guys. We're going to continue to do what we're doing. Anyway, we're at 4 hours and 18 minutes. I'm losing my voice. Probably going to end the live stream. So I'm going to say good night to everyone. Good night, everyone. And maybe we'll come on before next Friday. Throw in an extra night or something. Some interviews or something cool. But this was a good night, I think, talking about promotion and cash payouts and, you know, how every promotion is different and has a different, you know, angle. I thought that was good to get that out there because, you know, a lot of arm wrestlers just think these promotions just have tons of money, and that's not the case. We really don't. We just try to do what we can. So anyway, FTG Friday Night Out. Thanks everybody for tuning in. And when I log out, make sure you FTG me as well, so that